네, 지금 주 내빈들께서
Our VIPs are entering the conference hall.
많은 분들께서 귀한
There are so many people who have taken time out of their busy schedules to grace this event with their presence. Please give a big round of applause to our VIPs. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
서울 핀테크 위크 2024.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
컨퍼런스에 오신 대회.
Welcome to the first day of Seoul Fintech Week 2023. I am Jo Joo-yeon, MC for today's conference. Great to see you all. Thank you. There are so many people who are attending this conference who have taken time out of their busy schedules to be here. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all of the participants and the audience offline and online. This year's FinTech Week will be underway under the topic of how FinTech will transform our lives. It will be held for 3 days here in Dongdaemun Design Plaza. I'd like to ask for your great interest in this event, which will contribute greatly to the development of the FinTech industry. Now I'd like to launch Seoul Fintech Week 2023 conference by introducing our VIPs. Please welcome our VIPs when I call their names. First, Oh Se-eun, Seoul Metropolitan Government Mayor, is here. And co-host of Fintech Week, Lee Bo-kyun, Governor of the Financial Supervisory Service. 백혜련, National Policy Committee Chair, is here. Thank you. Kim Hyun-gi, Seoul Metropolitan Council Chair, is here. Thank you so much.
윤창현 국회 정무위원회 소속 의원님,
Yoon Chang-yeon, lawmaker. under the Policy Committee of the National Assembly is here. 이숙자 Seoul Metropolitan Council Economic Committee Chair is also here. Thank you.
그리고 올해 서울시와 핀테크 오픈 이노베이션을 함께 진행해 주신
And
정상혁
정상혁 신한뱅크 CEO is here, who will be also leading the event, award event after opening ceremony. We are also joined by CEO of TOS, a fintech company of Korea, Lee Seung-gun. Please give a big round of applause to welcome our VIPs. Thank you so much. Besides those ones that I've introduced, there are so many CEOs from relevant financial institutes and fintech companies. Please kindly understand that I cannot introduce each and one of our distinguished guests in the interest of time. Now, I'd like to invite Seoul Mayor Oh Se-hoon to the podium for an opening speech. Please give a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Did you all enjoy the Chuseok holidays? So it's been a good long week and we're back on our feet and I'm full of energy. I am delighted to announce the commencement of Seoul Fintech Week 2023, a global fintech festival aimed at promoting the development of the financial and fintech industries. A warm welcome to all attendees of the Seoul Fintech Week conference, which will unfold over the next 3 days. I extend my sincere gratitude to Governor Lee Bok-hyun of the Financial Supervisory Service, our co-host, Chairperson Baek Hye-ryun of the National Policy Committee of the National Assembly, Chairman Kim Hyung-gi of the Seoul Metropolitan Council, Chair Lee-suk-ja of the Planning and Economy Committee, and everyone, including promising fintech startups, financial institutions, and related officials and stakeholders who have taken the time to participate in this event. In the face of the recent shift towards a virtual or contactless economy amid the pandemic, the financial industry is undergoing a digital transformation. Despite this trend, it's true that global investment markets are experiencing an unprecedented cold spell due to the global tightening and an economic downturn. However, I am confident that the current crisis will serve as a new opportunity and a challenge for Seoul, which aspires to leap into the ranks of the world's top 5 financial cities. Numerous domestic fintech companies based in Seoul, coupled with the global financial institutions and investment firms the city has attracted, will serve as a crucial foundation in nurturing the future industry of fintech in Seoul. Over the next 4 years, the Seoul Metropolitan Government plans to invest a total of 5 trillion won in the Seoul Vision 2030 Fund to actively support the growth of innovative companies in various fields, including fintech, as global unicorn companies. Furthermore, to create a better fintech ecosystem and infrastructure, Seoul aims to secure a 50,000 square meter international financial facility in Yeouido, the financial center of South Korea, to transform it into a hub for fintech and other digital financial companies. Additionally, the newly launched Invest Seoul, a dedicated agency for investment attraction, and Seoul Fintech Lab, the largest fintech startup nurturing institution in Korea, along with Seoul Fintech Lab 2, provides support for fintech companies at different growth stages. Through such support, we aim to assist more fintech companies expanding not only in the domestic market but also venturing into overseas markets, just like TOS, a global unicorn company present at today's conference. We are committed to working together to help these companies grow into global unicorns like TOS. And of course, we won't neglect talent development. The Seoul Metropolitan Government, through the Digital Finance Graduate School in Yeouido and the Fintech Academy, nurtures over 400 talents annually. We will not only foster domestic talents with expertise in fintech, but also establish the foundation for competitive foreign talents to work with convenience in Seoul. Therefore, today's conference is highly anticipated. diverse perspectives and rich discussions on the development and nurturing strategies for the fintech industry presented here will lay a solid foundation for enhancing Seoul's digital financial competitiveness. We ask for your continued interest and support in today's conference and Seoul Fintech Week, which aspires to ever evolve in the future. We recently launched Seoul's new brand, Seoul, My Soul, embodying the meaning that Seoul becomes one when hearts come together. When the hearts of everyone gathered here come together, Seoul can become the global top 5 financial city. Until the day Seoul leaps into a global top 5 financial city and becomes the forefront of fintech industry development, I ask you to gather your hearts and lend us your strength and support. Once again, thank you very much.
네, 시장님 좋은 말씀
Thank you
감사합니다.
so much, Mayor Oh Se-hoon.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
이어서 이복현
Now, I'd like to invite
금융감독원장님의
Lee Bo-kyun,
환영사를
FSS
전해드리도록
Governor, to the
하겠습니다.
podium for a
원장님을
welcoming
박수와
speech.
함께 무대
Please
위로
welcome him
모시겠습니다.
with a big
박수
round of
부탁드리겠습니다.
applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Governor of the Financial Supervisory Service, Lee Bo-kyun. After having a long holiday, this is the first conference, and I think it is a very meaningful venue for a very meaningful purpose. Welcome to Seoul Fintech Week 2023. First of all, let me express my deepest gratitude to Seoul Mayor Oh Se-hoon and SCMG officials for helping us prepare for this event. My gratitude also goes to Baek Hye-ryun, Chairperson of the National Policy Committee, Kim Young-gi, Chairman of Seoul Metropolitan Council, and Lee Suk-ja, Member of the Seoul Metropolitan Council. Above all, our distinguished guests for today, who are from financial institutes and fintech players, I'd like to extend my deepest welcome. I really hope today's conference can be a meaningful venue where we can envision Seoul as the future hub for digital finance. Entering the era of digital transformation, digital technology has been deployed to expand access to payment, transfer, asset management services, greatly making today's finance more convenient. If going forward, data and payment infrastructure becomes more open and new tech as AI more fully leveraged, our lives will be improved further with digital finance. FSS is working to facilitate innovation in digital finance, working to expand communication and collaboration between fintech players and financial authorities. First, by introducing the Financial Regulation Sandbox, we'll communicate with early-stage startups to eliminate their pain points by improving regulatory regimes so that startups with new techs and ideas can be guaranteed an opportunity for innovation. Also, we will support more joint POC, joint entry to overseas markets to establish diverse collaboration models and hence offer more business opportunities to fintech companies. However, although we have innovative services in the market, if hackings, information breach, and other side effects are detected, digital finance cannot be trusted by users. Aware of this, FSS will work hard to protect financial consumers against these risks and sustain responsible innovation by building more rigorous financial security regime. Especially starting from October, FSS will introduce new oversight regimes that can gather and analyze data on risk such as dark web by demonstrating technology of cyber threat intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, at Seoul Fintech Week 2023, we will discuss how fintech changes our lives. Collaboration between fintech players and financial companies is no longer a choice. It is a must to maximize digital innovation. The FSS will support them to complement each other by fully leveraging their capabilities and grow together and work with Seoul Metropolitan Government and relevant entities for sustained support. As Mayor mentioned, we will do our best to Seoul grow into top 5 financial hub of the world. Thank you so much.
네, 원장님 좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Governor, for those kind words. I would like to once again extend my gratitude to our two co-hosts for enabling today's event. And we have many distinguished guests here to deliver their congratulatory remarks. Let me first invite Chairperson Baek Hye-ryun of the National Policy Committee for her congratulatory remarks. A big round of applause, please. It is a great pleasure to meet you all. I'm Baek Ki-ryun, chairperson of the National Policy Committee. Congratulations to Seoul Fintech Week 2023. I would like to sincerely thank Mayor Oh Se-hoon and Governor Lee Bo-kyun of the Financial Supervisory Service for hosting the event. My thanks also go to Yoon Chang-hyun of the National Assembly and Chairman Kim Hyun-gi of the Seoul Metropolitan Council and all of those in the fintech industry joining us here today. The technological advancement of fintech is bringing significant changes to the financial lives of our citizens. We are entering an era where various financial services such as payments, remittances, biometric authentication services using AI, and simple payment services are accessible to everyone. In this context, you can see that fintech has enabled so much innovation. However, there are, of course, some shortcomings to fintech. We are also witnessing a digital gap, a digital information gap, leading to less in reduction of jobs, and also issues of security, reliability, and safety. And it also has to do with privacy issues, leakage of personal information, and these challenges are something that deserves our attention. And we, of course, need to introduce solutions. It's true that today's conference themed How Fintech Will Transform Our Lives is a meaningful occasion to explore ways to enhance the development of South Korea's digital finance industry and strengthen Seoul's competitiveness in digital finance. And I also want to once again mention that there are, of course, other issues and challenges behind this innovation that we really need to take into account. Financial stability is as important as innovation, and we should not neglect this fact. The National Assembly will continue on to join hands with the financial industry and other policy makers to enable South Korea's financial industry to make that next leap forward. And we also would like to enable more citizens to actually enjoy the benefits of finance. Thank you very much.
네, 위원장님 좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for the good words.
이어서 김현기
Now I'd like to invite Kim Hyun-gi, Seoul Metropolitan Council Chair, to the podium for a congratulatory speech. Please give a big hand. Great to see you all. I am Kim Hyun-gi from Seoul Metropolitan Council. So this is my first day after the long holiday, and I think this is very meaningful to be reunited with all the participants or Seoul citizens. Welcome to Seoul Fintech Week 2023, which is an innovative combination of finance with IT technology. I'd like to thank Seoul Mayor Oh Se-hoon and FSS Governor Lee Bo-kyun for providing us with the opportunity to explore the future of K-Fintech together. My sincere welcome and gratitude also go to Baek Ki-ryun, Chairman of the National Assembly Policy Committee, as well as guests from the financial community, fintech business people, and investors from home and abroad. Whenever I have a tour around Seoul, I can see signs of hope and growth. Now, Seoul has greater potential for future growth, which is raising hope for the future. Since we have Seoul Mayor Oh Se-hoon, who is so busy exploring next growth engine, I think, very relieved that and believe that Seoul has a brighter future. Whenever there needs any support, we will try to provide full support by enacting necessary legislations. And we are working together with businesses in Seoul to give them a full support. And as a result, Seoul's competitiveness across the world, which was lower than the top 30, went back up to within top 10 rankings. That is all thanks to the fantastic collaboration between SMG and the Seoul Metropolitan Council. We are ahead of Beijing and Tokyo, especially in fintech. We are number 10, and in the future compensation, we rank number 1, following the previous year being recognized for our great potential for growth. And this is all thanks to the dedication and hard work of Seoul Mayor Oh Se-hoon, who has come back to his position in a decade. Please give a big round of applause to our Mayor Oh Se-hoon. He's very humble. Now, Seoul is aspiring to become top 5 financial hub of the world, and gaining upper hand in the fintech sector is very essential. 80% of the fintech companies in Korea are concentrated in Seoul. This means that Seoul has the great potential in developing fintech sector, and our council will do its best to ease financial regulations and promote support to create a business-friendly environment. A city's competitiveness leads to competitiveness of the nation. Therefore, competitiveness of Seoul will become driving force of growth for Korea. And because of many rules that restrict the future growth of the greater Seoul and metropolitan area, this can also constrict growth potential of Seoul, and this is very absurd. So I'd like to ask all of the VIPs here to give more support for future development of Seoul. And in FinTech Week, I hope there will be more diverse discussions to drive Seoul's growth in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for those words. As Chairman Kim has mentioned, we're seeing hope, and we really highly anticipate this future. And it's the same case for the citizens. Thank you very much once again for the congratulatory remarks. Let me now invite Chair Lee Suk-ja of the Planning and Economy Committee of Seoul Metropolitan Council. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Well, great to see you all. As was introduced, I am Lee Suk-ja from Seoul Metropolitan Council Policy and Economic Committee. Congratulations on Seoul FinTech Week 2023. First, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to Seoul Mayor Oh Se-hoon for hosting this event, and FSS Governor Lee Bok-hyun for co-hosting this event. I also want to thank Baek Hye-ryun, National Assembly Policy Committee Chair, and Seoul Metropolitan Council Chairman Kim Hyung-gi and Yoon Chang-hyun, who are attending this conference today. My gratitude also goes to financial institutions, relevant entities, and fintech companies attending this conference, and the citizens gracing this event with their presence. With the term digital becoming more familiar, and the MZ generation, who frequently use digital and mobile services, emerging as major consumer group, the competition to secure future growth engines in the financial sector is intensifying. Indeed, out of the global unicorn companies, 25% are fintech companies. This shows the global fintech market size is growing, which indicates our fintech industry should go through much change in step with the global trends. Under this economic circumstance for digital finance, both home and abroad, today's conference will create valuable opportunities to develop high-potential fintech startups and support their entry to global market, leading growth of the global fintech market. To strengthen the competitiveness of the digital financial industry, the Seoul Metropolitan Council Chair and the members of the Council will fully support to increase investment in the relevant sectors and build infrastructure to promote growth of Seoul as Asia's financial hub. Once again, congratulations on Seoul Fintech Week 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words, Chair Lee Suk-jam. We have many VIPs here joining us, and thank you very much for delivering your congratulations to the event. And let us now begin the Innovation Challenge Awards of 2023. Let us first watch a video. Seoul's fintech-focused open innovation, the Innovation Challenge, celebrates its second edition this year. This collaborative project, bringing together promising startups and traditional finance, aims to create easier and safer innovative financial services. We had 8 challenging tasks presented in the joint project to discover and nurture potential unicorns among startups. And in May of this year, amid fervent interest, we received applications from 159 companies. Out of the candidates, 6 promising companies were selected for collaboration with Shinhan Bank, and following 4 months of collaboration and acceleration, 3 outstanding companies have successfully overcome fierce competition, securing a place at Seoul Fintech Lab, attracting investment opportunities and receiving unswerving support to launch their services. Allow me to introduce these exceptional companies. We will present the award in the order of Innovation Award, Shinhan Bank Award, and Seoul Mayor's Award. So let me now first present the Innovation Award. We have the honor of having Chairman Kim Hyun-gi of Seoul Metropolitan Council to present the award. Let's welcome the Chairman to the stage.
The Innovation
Award includes a business support grant of 10 million won and the opportunity to join the Seoul Fintech Lab in Yeouido. And the recipient of the Innovation Award is Wello. Congratulations. A big round of applause, please. Congratulations. Wello is a platform that recommends tailored policy projects for both companies and individuals. They have collaborated with Shinhan Bank to launch a service that connects with policy funds. Congratulations. And we'll now engage in a photo op. Congratulations once again. Please face the camera. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask our recipient and chairman to stay on the stage. We will now proceed with the Shinhan Bank Award. I would now like to invite Mr. Chung Sang-yeok, CEO of Shinhan Bank, to present the award. Would you please join us on the stage? The Shinhan Bank Award comes with a business support grant of 10 million won and the opportunity to join Seoul Fintech Lab in Yeouido. And the recipient of Shinhan Bank Award is Seize Data. Congratulations. Please join us on the stage. Seize Data is a specialized financial data processing company. They are collaborating with Shinhan Bank to establish an alternative credit rating model for small business owners and provide customized financial services to customers. Congratulations. Please face the camera. And once again, congratulations on this very well-deserved achievement. Thank you.
As the last award, Seoul Metropolitan Government Mayor Award. The award will be presented by Seoul Mayor Oh Se-hun. Please come forward to the stage. It also has the 10 million Korean won as a prize money and opportunity to join Seoul Fintech Lab in Yeouido. And there's also an award certificate under the name of Seoul Mayor. Let me announce the winner, Infini Group. Congratulations, please come forward. Infini Group offers solutions to prevent financial fraud. It detects malicious apps and other strange signs. It is working with Shinhan Bank to prevent voice phishing scams for customers. Please face forward. Congratulations on winning the award. Now, photo
잠시
session.
무대 위에서 대기해 주시면
Please
저희가 단체 기념 촬영
Wait
진행하도록
for a minute
하겠습니다.
on the stage.
네, 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Group photo session will follow soon.
네, 앞으로 중앙으로 모시고 다 사진
Please
촬영
stand
진행하도록
at the
하겠습니다.
center of the stage for a
팔짱
group
웃어주시고요.
photo session. Big smile
네,
for
청중분들께서는
the
큰 박수
camera,
부탁드리겠습니다.
and please congratulate our winners with a big round of applause.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank
기조
you
세션에
so
앞서서
much
오늘 이
for
뜻깊은 자리를
having a
기념하기 위한
keynote
기념
session
촬영
to
시간을
commemorate
갖도록
this
하겠습니다.
meaningful conference. We'd like to have
무대
a group
앞쪽으로
photo session
나와주시면 감사하겠습니다.
with all the participants.
네, 무대 앞쪽
distinguished
연단
guest,
아래쪽으로 저희가 모시도록
please
하겠습니다. 연단
come forward
아래쪽으로 함께
under
모시겠습니다.
the stage
네, 준비가 다
please
되신
stand
대로 기념 촬영
in
하도록 하겠습니다.
rows
많은 분들께서
for
오늘
a
함께
group photo
해주셨기
session.
때문에
I'd like to
저희가 시간
invite
좀
all of the
할애해드리도록
distinguished
하겠습니다.
guests for a photo session.
네, 내빈 여러분들께서 금융과 핀테크 산업 발전을 위한 오늘 이 자리에
For
귀한
development
거름을
of finance and
해주셨는데요.
fintech
진심으로
industry,
감사 인사드리면서
so many people
시간 조금 할애해드리도록
have taken
하겠습니다.
time out of their busy schedules to be
많은
here.
분들께서
I'd like to extend my
함께해
gratitude
주셨기
for
때문에
that.
저희
And since there are
안내에
many
따라서
people who have
잠시 도열을
to come
해주시면
forward
저희가
for a
사진 촬영
group photo
진행하도록
session,
하겠습니다.
our staff members
네, 카메라가
will
굉장히
give some
많습니다.
guidance to
앞쪽을
give them
바라봐
the exact
주시고요.
locations. And
네,
please
활짝
face the
웃어주시면
camera
감사하겠습니다.
forward and show us big smiles.
네, 촬영 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 계속 촬영 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 앞쪽 네, 박수를 같이 부탁드릴까요? 성공적인
Please clap your
컨퍼런스를
hands
기원하는 의미에서 박수로
for
마무리하도록
photos,
하겠습니다. 박수
wishing
부탁드리겠습니다.
for a great success
네,
of Seoul
고맙습니다.
Fintech
네,
Week.
감사합니다. 이제
Okay,
자리로
thank you.
모시겠습니다.
Now you can go back to your
네,
seats.
이로써
Thank you.
기념 촬영을 모두
This
마치고 2분간 장례
concludes
정리
the
후
group
기조
photo
세션
session.
이어나가도록
And
하겠습니다.
after having
함께해
2
주셔서
minutes
대단히 감사합니다.
of
저희가
arranging
2분 정도
the stage
장례 정리를
for
한 이후에
the keynote
기조
session,
세션
we'd
진행하도록
like to
하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
move on to the next part of our morning session. Thank you so much.
네, 기조 세션에 앞서서 잠시
So
안내
before
말씀드리겠습니다. 저희가
starting our
1월부터
keynote
3월까지
session, let me give
장량이
you
좀 남습니다.
some more
기조
information.
세션이 굉장히 또 흥미진진할 예정인데요. 혹시라도
So we have
앞쪽에서
empty
기조
seats
세션을
in front rows,
경청하고 싶으신 분들께서는
and our
앞쪽으로 잘
keynote
이동을
presentation will be so
네,
interesting
많은 분들께서 또
for
관심을
those of
보이고
you
계시는데
who are in the
앞쪽으로
fintech
이동
sector.
부탁드리겠습니다.
So
앞쪽에
please
자리가
come forward
많습니다.
and take your
앞쪽으로
seats in the
이동하셔서
front rows
관심을 주시면 좋을 것
for the
같습니다.
keynote session.
네, 모두 자리에 착석이 완료가 되시는 대로 바로 진행하도록
As soon as
하겠습니다. 자리에
everyone
착석해
takes their
주시면
seat, we
바로 시작하도록
will
하겠습니다.
resume with the keynote session. Thank you.
네, 이어서 서울 핀테크 위크 2023
Now,
컨퍼런스의 기조 세션
let me
진행하도록
start
하겠습니다.
keynote session for Seoul Fintech Week 2023. This person, the keynote speaker, needs no introduction. He's so famous. He is none other than CEO of Viva Republica, TOS Lee Seung-gun. TOS is a global 100 unicorn company, and it is also a representative fintech company in Korea. Korea. It was started in 2015 when Fintech was in a very early stage. He introduced a simple and easy remittance service that doesn't require any financial certificate, and he is continuing this innovative journey until now, easing and increasing convenience of the financial services for Korean consumers. As a representative fintech platform in Korea, he will be telling us what kind of social benefits and impact TOS is generating for Korea. Now let me invite CEO Lee Seung-gun to the stage with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 저는 토스팀 리더입니다.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am SG Lee from Viva Republic. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. We began our business in 2015 in the fintech industry, and I would like to now present on how fintech creates social benefits. I do have about 20 minutes of time, so let me share my thoughts with you. So first on fintech. I'm sure that this is not an unfamiliar term, but still, let me go into the definition of fintech. As you know, fintech is a combination of finance and technology. But of course, there was technology all along in the financial sector. We had the punch from the 70s in actually crunching our numbers in the ledger. However, why are we now raving about fintech? And the reason because of that is because if you think about technology or the so-called tech, tech actually did not really make its way in earnest into the financial industry. The perspective, the organizational structure, the world view, the business model, all started to utilize tech. And what happened was that this perspective of technology have actually gained ground in finance, and that has led to fintech. So what I want to say is fintech is not just about using technology, it's about the ecosystem of technology where the many perspectives that existed have changed and were transformed with technology in the financial sector as well. We started off with the advent of fintech in Korea, and I think that I can go back in history by going into the development of our app. So what is technology? Technology involves many perspectives, but it has to do with compact, it's about lightweight, it's about casual or informal. So if we think about technology and if we think about finance, it's true that finance was always difficult and inconvenient, but we wanted to make this more convenient, easier, and to impact our everyday life. So that was the motive behind TOS. And of course, our very first endeavor was simple money transfer. We have many financial institutions that do offer this service. This is a major trend. It's about you input the account number, the amount, and with one single authentication, you can actually transfer your money. So that was the start of the so-called simple remittance or simple money transfer. And any financial institution would have actually been able to introduce this service. And even now, if you look at the many banks, they've actually changed their overall money transfer policy or process as we see now. But why weren't they able to do this earlier on? They weren't aware of the fact that this perspective of enhancing the convenience to the customers was not there. But we thought that that can carry meaning, and that's why we were very much well received by the customers. And as mentioned, this very simple experience and this convenient experience does not actually hurt financial security. Any of the security obligations that were imposed upon the customers have actually now switched to the financial company. So it's a change of perspective and attitude. And in order to maintain this very safe money transfer, separate from technological security, whether it be the fault of the company or the customer, what happens is any money transfer related issues can be compensated by TOS. And it's been a number of years since we have actually introduced this policy to provide that compensation. So you can see that for the customers, it was true that a lot of the responsibility was on the customer to input so many password numbers or key. But now we have been seeing a change in policy and perspective perspective of actually having the company be responsible to do that. And we have many fintech services being offered by companies, but I don't really believe that there are that many companies that actually have this perspective. If we think about Europe, the US, and China, and other advanced nations, we do see that this type of service and this type of perspective was with the citizens for a very long period of time. So what we thought was we should move beyond money transfer. We thought that this technological perspective, this very informal, lightweight, this compact, and this convenient perspective of technology, I think, and we thought that should be grafted into other financial services. So you can see here that we've launched this very first service in Korea. So the money transfer service was first launched by us in Korea, but then in addition to that, credit information, loans, and especially credit information that can be queried free of charge when you want to issue a credit card or an account or for loans, and also stock brokerage. And by utilizing data to innovate credit information and underwriting by banks, this we think could be done by one single company. As you can see here on the right, all of these companies have been specializing in niche services, but TOS created a platform that does all that in one go. And as a result, we have seen citizens, the Korean people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s that have been enjoying the services. We have more than 15 million monthly active users, and we have so many customers that actually maintain their financial information. In the 40s, we have 67% that are users, and in the 50s, more than 50% are our users. So 1 out of 3 actually use our TOS financial services. And out of the finance app in Korea, if we think about the number of users and monthly active users in Korea, you can see that we are number 1 by a large mile. And we believe that this was possible due to our strive towards excellent services. We have more than 2,000 in our organization, but in 2019 and onwards, we've been seeing so many resources and users, but the number of service launches have never went down. You can see here, this is the number of new services. Every year we launch 20 new services, and we're seeing users that enjoy these services, but for those services that do not provide that many benefits, it's discontinued, and we continue on an annual basis to launch these beneficial services to our customers. And this experience and this satisfaction has led to this extensive number of monthly active users. And as a result, we have received an accumulated investments of 1,600 billion, and our valuation is about 10 trillion. And as mentioned, we have 2,000 employees currently working at TOS. And let me now move on to what kind of social benefits can be offered via fintech. And there are 2 actually thoughts that I would like to share with you. One is that there is a social benefit that's offered in the process of separation of production and sales, and also when digital really lays root, what kind of benefits can be offered to the community. So first, on the separation of production and sales, this may be a bit complicated, but you can see that we have a factory that actually produces water, and we have the distribution line that sells the bottled water. So it's been separated. It's true that there are a very different virtue of these 2 types of facilities. In the case of the left, they need to provide top quality products, and on the right, it's about providing top quality products to the customers, so the interface with the customers. But in finance, this did not exist. If you look at the traditional financial companies, it was all together. In other words, production and sales went together. However, with financial services changing into a platform, this actually means that production and sales would be separated. But why is this an innovation? This is because the business model and the core of the business model between the 2 is different. We have a platform that has to sell financial products, so it's about providing more affordable, high-quality products to the customers. However, in the case of the supplier, it's about supplying competitive products, but actually selling it at higher prices. So if production and sales come together, it's very difficult to actually innovate. However, via this platform, what happens happens is the platform can demand the supplier for more affordable and high-quality products on behalf of the customer. And what happens is that the customers can enjoy affordable products, higher quality products, and for the suppliers, through these platforms and these distribution lines and through the pressure from the market, what happens is they provide more convenient, better products, leading to social benefits for all. And let me give you one good example. So on our TOS app, we have many financial institutions and their loan products that are compared on our TOS platform. And for the past 3 years or the past 4 years, we've actually provided this information to the customers. And what happened is in the non-banking sector, the average interest rates actually dropped by 5.3 percentage points. From 17.8 to 12.5%. It's true that the interest rates may have been maintained at 18% without our services, but providing this comparative services for the customers to actually select the right product for them, and through this type of services, we were able to actually bring the interest rates down by 5 percentage points. So the policy is important, but also I believe that competition enables, or virtuous competition enables more better services for the financial customers. So once again, this separation of production and sales have offered better social benefits for the customers.
And the second point I want to tell you is the digitalization of finance. What benefits will it create? The more access, bigger access to services, because it has been digitalized. There is easier access. If you look at the articles that were published before, because of the digitalization, the physically challenged people have more access to services, and the elderly people as well have better access. These people are restricted of the access before. We also went to the regions outside Seoul. There are so few banks. They have to take buses for hours to get to the branches of a bank. They can take a day for just one trip. If they want to wire 3 million won, then they have to invest 7 hours to get to one branch of a bank. But if we can digitalize the services, these access can be expanded. You can see that one woman aged 56, she sent us a comment that because she is living in the countryside, it is very difficult for her to get to one banking branch. But thanks to this digital service, she can just use financial services in just 5 or 10 minutes. So if these elderly people will be able to learn how to use digital services, this can create big social benefit. And this is one impact, very positive impact of digitalization of financial services. There are other types of innovation, like they can expand the access to financial services to middle-aged people, younger people, or even kids or physically challenged people. And those small merchants who have lower credit scores, they can also use the services. And once these people will be able to learn how to use digital services, those people aged more than 50, they also find it very easy and convenient to use digital financial services at TOS. And if this can be expanded, this will increase the convenience of financial services digitally. And even the underaged people, kids, we have 2 million children aged between 7 and 18. They were strained or isolated from the financial services. All they got is just the allowance money from their parents. Because of that, they do not have any credit cards. So if they want to buy some products at convenience stores, they have to withdraw money from an ATM. And after the TOS service, these kids or the children, they can also use the financial services very easy and simple. And this is their just the first experience of financial services, and which will be embedded into them. And what about physically challenged people? We have 30,000 physically challenged people, MAU. This is the MAU number, and they are getting benefits by using the screen reader services if they are visually challenged. And for small merchants, we are lowering TOS pay commission fee. Those small merchants, this is also one huge benefit benefit. And about those people who have mid-level or lower-level credit scores, this is a very big group. They accumulated 2 million people, and we introduced a very innovative credit scoring system to issue credit cards and provide other financial services based on the more detailed credit scores. So let me give you further details. Before, when they gave credit scores, they just looked at the past records, whether they just repaid their loans. But our credit scoring system looked at other factors like their cash flows, where they are spending money, how much income they are generating every month. So we have introduced the other criteria to give more detailed and comprehensive scoring. And before, there's just the quarterly analysis system, but we've introduced machine learning and deep learning system to update their credit data on a real-time basis. Thanks to data update, ongoing data update, and algorithm learning, these mezzanine or lower credit scored people, they can get more loans, and we have approved more credits to these people by taking bigger risks. But this is not about taking bigger risks. Even though we are extending loans to these people, they are showing repayment level that is equivalent to the high credit scored people. So these people are repaying their loans in a very faithful manner, and our risk to extending loans to these people is not higher. So we are not taking any bigger risk by extending loans, and by doing so, we are changing the lives of these people. So more than 40% of our loans are extended to these people with mid to low level credit scores. And by doing so, we had a turnaround and had a profit. And what about children? We are issuing this card so that even the underage people can use credit cards without having cash. And we provide various services like taking down their money journals so that they can learn or improve their financial literacy. And to expand access for the physically challenged people, we have acquired a certification for an app of excellency for mobile accessibility. And we put so much effort to expand accessibility for the physically challenged people. We have screen reader service that can read all of the letters on the screen. And we have this visible AIs for the audio challenged people. And we have this bigger letter mode for the elderly people, and we have also other dark modes so that we can expand access to digital financial services. And let me give you some information about how the finance will evolve in the future. There is this buzzword, big blur of finance, that the boundaries between industries will be blurred and tech companies will enter the financial sector. But this is not the real essence of big blur. Big blur is about defining the financial services from the perspective of consumers. And it is not about starting a banking business, security business, communications business. It is about providing better quality products at a lower cost, with bigger value, with more convenience. So this is about defining services from the perspective of consumers. So this is not about doing business to generate profit. So by deploying technology, redefining the essence of an industry, that is what is all about this big blur concept. And if there's any sector which lacked competition or which lacked the deployment of the latest technologies, if there is a sector like that, then the technology will be deployed to bring about the transformation of that sector. This is what a big blur is all about. Then what about a big blur in finance? In finance, security is really important. This is one of the mandates. It is about providing secure services for consumers, protecting them against various risks. And under this concept, there should be a more competition. For the past 3 years, we have lowered interest loans by 5% point. This shows that the more competition will increase the quality of services and will increase quality of service providers. This will lead to higher competitiveness of the industry and more benefits for consumers. So this is about creating an ecosystem for better services and for a very sound environment.
제 발표는 여기까지로 마치겠습니다.
So this concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Well, thank you so much.
유익한 발표 다시 한번 감사드립니다.
Mr. Isengan, thank you for your great presentation. There are so many people who were sitting in the back seats and then they just moved to the front seats to listen to your presentation. So to satisfy some of the curiosities and questions of the audience, I will ask you a few questions.
So, if I may ask some specific questions. So, what do you envision the future will look like in 10 years with the influence of fintech? So, I think that it can be summarized in two. So, first, with the expansion of digital innovation, anything that happens offline will now take place online as well. And because of that, financial activities will be possible in the online space. So money transfer and information inquiry and these simple services are already being offered online. However, still, when we do engage in some important financial transactions, there are times when we do have to visit a branch of the financial institutions. But within a couple of years, I believe that such transactions will also be possible online. There will be more options to choose from, and the citizens will be able to enjoy more accessible services, and it will be a world with more convenient financial services to enjoy. And as mentioned, we're seeing a separation of production and sales. And this is not something that's led by specific companies. It's an industrial trend that we see around the world. Therefore, it's not something that can be prevented. So whichever company it may be, this trend is here for sure. So there will be more competition amongst products, amongst platforms, and at the end of the day, for customers, they will be the owners, and this will be the major change that we will be seeing in the industry. Thank you. So to make it simple, more affordable loan products, better policy benefits for insurance, and better benefits, especially from credit cards, can be offered for the customers. Yes, thank you very much. So that was a summary. Actually, two important points, which actually would improve the efficiency, provide better benefits for the citizens. So I think that we can really have some high expectations for what's to be offered for the future. And moving on to the second question, what would you like to provide as an advice for those that really want to become the next TOS?
I think most of the audiences are involved in the fintech business. Korea's fintech or Korea's financial market, even it ranks fifth or sixth in the world. So the financial market of Korea is quite big, but compared to the sheer size of Korea's financial market, the digitalization or the extent of digitalization or the number of the financial companies which are creating benefits through digitalization, that is not so satisfactory. This industry can create much social value, but there are not many players who are dedicated to creating social benefits through digital technology. I'm not in a position to just dole out advice to the people who are involved in the same business, but let me give you some very little piece of advice. Think big. Thinking big or thinking outside the box is very important when you start your own company in this market. I think this follow-up question, is very related to the previous question. There are so many excellent fintech companies in Korea. Even some of them may not be startups, but they have presence in the overseas market, generating social benefits there. And what do you think about those companies?
질문을 한 번만 더.
Would you like to rephrase your question, please? So there are many leading Korean fintech companies, and I think there is a role that they can play as they actively contribute to social benefits around the world. What you've mentioned was on entrepreneurs to think big, to expand their stage to work on. So what kind of benefits can be offered by our leading Korean fintech companies going forward? Well, at the end of the day, companies are players that are the ones to produce social benefits. And of course, I believe that fintech companies in Korea need to go abroad, earn more, make more profits, and we're trying to do our best to do that. So if there's an opportunity for us to actually add value in world markets, that would be an excellent opportunity, and it's something that should be encouraged. But of course, fintech companies do need to take into account 2 points when they do want to make inroads overseas. Well, first is that there is a change in laws and regulation if you move beyond borders, and with the change of regulations, you can see that opportunities that seem to be quite imminent in Korea may not be an opportunity in other parts of the world because of the difference in laws and regulations, and that may actually impact the survival of that company because it's a different legal structure. So that's something to take into consideration. And the second is, already in Korea, the fintech industry, the scope is quite comprehensive. Of course, it depends on which service we're talking about, but it's true that there's so much that can be possible in the domestic market, and if you can actually mobilize that capital and make your inroads into the overseas market, that also could be one good way to proceed about this. So if there is a good overseas business opportunity, I would like to encourage the companies to really actively go for it. And I hope that we can see fintech companies that actually gain much profit, just like Samsung Electronics, and TOS also wants to be that company. Yes, we'll do our best to become that fintech company abroad. And I think that we have one last question to pose. So what is the ultimate goal or dream you envision as the CEO of TOS? So the goal of TOS, would that be? It could be your goal or it could be the goal of TOS. What would that be?
저의 목표는 이제 토스가 가지고 있는 미션이
Well, my ultimate goal is to fully establish the mission of TOS so that it can permanently change the Korean market. And TOS has two goals. It's like including all the aspects of our life into our financial services. And the second is providing a better product and services to consumers by creating a new industrial structure that can sustain this change for the longer term. So from the perspective of TOS, it is all about providing better products and services so that it can increase the ease of daily life for our consumers. And since there are so many aspiring the startup owners, I will tell you this: if their ultimate goal is all about making money, then they will just open the stores or start other businesses. But since they are interested in solving many social problems and social issues, they are here to start their own startups. So as a problem solver, that they are thinking about how to create a bigger social benefits. And I think this approach will be more effective to bring about a bigger innovation in the bigger companies.
비대면 경제 흐름이 이렇게
Yes.
더욱더 강화되는 그런 지금 시점에서
Right now, we are seeing the intensifying trend of contactless products and services, and under this circumstance, this is a very insightful and meaningful session to think about the future trend of fintech industry. 이승건 had shared with us so many insights, so please give a big hand to
이것으로 Q&A 세션 그리고
express our gratitude for his great presentation. This brings us to the end of the keynote session and the opening ceremony, and I'd like to express my gratitude one more time to all of the participants and the viewers online and offline. So let me give you information about our afternoon session. The afternoon session will start at 1 p.m. and we have 3 sessions in the afternoon. The first session has this topic of fintech hub strategies and regulations, sustainability of the fintech ecosystem. The second session is fintech cultivation strategies, fund and investments for a better fintech ecosystem. And the third session is fintech in the world, regional growth trends and vision. We will hear the insights and know-hows of various experts from various sectors of the financial sector. And let me give you some information about the exhibition in the back area of this conference hall. You can see many fintech companies who have been announced as winners in the fintech challenges, and other companies are participating in the fintech lab demo day. And then you can see there's fintech services, and there are also other lucky draw events and other events that will give you various prizes. So please be more interested and participate in those events. I will see you in the afternoon session at 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
네, 이제 바로 서울 핀테크 위크 2023
I would like to start the afternoon session for Seoul Fintech Week 2023. Session 1. Fintech Hub Strategies and Regulation, Sustainability of the Fintech Ecosystem. In Session 1, we will have 3 presentations followed by panel discussion. Let me introduce Chair of Session 1 or Moderator of Session 1, President of Korea Fintech Industry Association, Lee Gun-ju. He is also CEO of Korea Easy Payment Foundation, and he's also serving as steering committee member for Seoul City Fintech Lab. Let me hand over the microphone to the Session 1 moderator. Please give him a big hand. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, as was introduced, my name is Lee Gun-ju, and I'm president of Korea Fintech Industry Association. I was introduced as president of the Fintech and Industry Association, but right now my time has been expired, but I am working as non-permanent partner member of another association. So the topic of my presentation today is Fintech Hub Strategies and Regulation, Sustainability of the Fintech Ecosystem. That's the topic of Session 1, and the 3 presentations will be delivered during Session 1. Each speaker has 15 minutes, followed by 20-minute panel discussion. If anyone in the audience has a question or a comment to make, please ask your question during the panel discussion time. So, let me now invite the first speaker of Session 1. The topic is Fintech Ecosystem Development Strategies. The speaker is Kim Boo-gon, Director General of Fintech Innovation Team Leader. He also was Deputy Director General of Digital Finance or Supervision Department of FSS and now Director General of Digital Finance Innovation Department of FSS. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, as introduced, I'm Kim Boo-gon, Director General of Digital Finance Innovation at FSS. I originally actually thought I had 20 minutes, but I guess it's only 15 minutes, but I'm fine with that. Thank you very much. I would like to talk about the support and collaboration underway in fintech. Typically, a regulatory authority would go into the regulations and policy and also on the blueprint of the industry. But I would like to actually break away from that framework to give you a glimpse of what's happening right now and what kind of collaboration is currently in place in the financial industry. So I would like to first touch upon the financial environment in Korea, the changes, and what kind of support is being rendered by the financial industry to fintech. And also the support from the authority. And there was a survey that was conducted in August, so I would like to share with you some of the results of that. And the last part of my presentation would be on the necessity of collaboration. So first on the changes in the domestic financial environment. Big tech, cloud, fourth industrial revolution are some of the trend, the keywords, and that has led to an acceleration of digital transformation. In addition to that, we've been seeing an active emergence of a platform, a reorganization of platform, and in a hyper-personalization based on information, leading to new financial products. And as you are very well aware, the financial market and the non-financial market are now blurring. In other words, we're seeing a big blur in the market. Therefore, collaboration and competition is in place altogether. And this slide is a very well-known slide, but I did make a couple of updates to the slide. It's on the changes to the financial environment in Korea. And if you think about the internet and mobile, it's true that it's been actively a part of our everyday life. The left part of the slide indicates the proportion of internet banking. It was 53% in 2018, but now in 2022, internet banking accounts for 77% of financial services being delivered. And if you look at the number of branches, especially in 2020, 21, and 22, we've been seeing a great decrease by 300 branches. In other words, it indicates that between the financial company and fintech companies, we're seeing more examples of cooperation and an expansion of such collaboration. And in the financial industry, as you can see here in this slide, you can see that banks typically had products bundled together and unbundled products. These strategies seem to be very well received by the customers, but now we're seeing a different strategy where a rebundling strategy has now been introduced. So with one app, settlement, payment, shopping, banking, it's all possible. And that's why we call these apps a super app. And in that aspect, Naver and Kakao and these big tech companies are trying to introduce payment services, insurance services in their product portfolio. And what customers can enjoy is with a single app, they can access both financial products and non-financial products, bettering the lives of citizens. And there are also IP phone and delivery services, other non-financial services that are actually bundled to get together or now rebundled. So more collaborative work is something that we're witnessing between financial companies and fintech companies. And let me now go on to what kind of support is being provided by the financial sector. In 2015 and onwards, we've been seeing the financial sector trying to find a way of coexistence with the fintech companies. Mentoring, startup funding, consulting is being offered in the space called Fintech Lab to support and cooperate with the fintech companies. And if you think about the collaboration, it's not just about cooperative work, it's about support for scale up and also making inroads into global markets together. And in the case of Seoul Metropolitan Government, not only in Yeouido but also in Mapo, they have a Fintech Lab currently in operation, actively supporting the growth of the fintech industry. These are some of the key fintech labs in operation by the four major financial groups. You can see that more than 800 companies are being supported by these fintech labs by financial groups. And if we think about the number of collaborative work, it's more than 600. And if we think about the investments that actually were in play, both directly and indirectly, it's more than 400 billion won. So these are the support offered by the fintech lab, but there are other funds and other big tech companies support that's being rendered, and if we combine that, it would be a greater amount. In 2019, a financial company fintech investment guideline was launched, and with such guidelines, we've been seeing more active investments into the fintech industry by the financial groups. As it's indicated here in the slide, you can see that it's not just about competition between these two sectors. It's now about collaboration. It's about creating that virtuous cycle. So now I think the atmosphere is in place to make all of this possible. And the second way to support the fintech by the financial sector is via OpenAI. Financial companies provide open banking, and a open API can be thought as a network, and there is innate data that's necessary for this network, and the financial institution provides that data. And through the open API and data, financial companies create that competitive landscape with the fintech companies. And this also facilitates collaboration as well. On the right, this is the statistics on open banking. In 2019, with the introduction of the open banking policy, we've been seeing the numbers increase. And more than 2.7 trillion won of transactions took place that has led to better convenience for the customers. The UK, Japan, and EU and other advanced nations have been doing their best to enhance the convenience of the customers and efficiency of financial services. So more service or support is being offered for open banking. And Korea is also following suit, but I believe that some further support would be necessary in Korea to actually provide some comparable services to that of the advanced nations. I don't think I have a lot of time, so let me move right on to the next part of my presentation, which is on open innovation. I've mentioned that this data was actually just within the premise of financial institutions, but now this data is being offered, and via a testbed, fintech companies can actually utilize this data to see whether it can actually be bundled into new products and services. So this is what open innovation is all about. Through KFTC's open banking, this open innovation is all the more facilitated. And in 2016, Nonghyuk Bank started to actually disclose and open up their open API, and Shinhan and Hanwha Bank started to disclose their APIs. And not only banks, but credit card companies, insurance companies, and brokerage houses have also followed suit. Let me skip this slide on the open APIs by all of these individual financial groups. So you can see that product brokerage, loans, comparison services, and diverse services are offered via this open API, but also the regulatory body has its own host of data. We have data on the trends to the market, disclosure information, and via open API, we provide this data to those that need it. And the last part I would like to talk about is on the support provided by the financial authority. I think that opening up the data is probably the greatest support that is being provided. It's been 3 years since open data has been provided. And according to the public portal, in June of 2023, more than 170 million cases have been queried. And we've also seen 15,000 cases that have actually been submitted as cases that would like to have it applied to the API. So you can see that the number is actively and fastly increasing. And this is actually being used for marketing, for startups, and also to introduce new businesses. This graph here is on Credit DBI. And we also have the D-Testbed by the Fintech Center Korea. So innovative ideas in the testbed can be played out. In many cases, there are ideas, but data is obsolete. So via the D-Testbed, fintech companies or startups can actually utilize this open data, graph that with their this data, graph that with their business ideas to create new products and services. And something that we're doing right now is a support scheme called On-Site Visits Regulatory Sandbox. So we've been actually providing a number of consulting cases. And we also have this on-site consulting on the go that provides consulting services. And due to COVID-19, it's true that the number of consulting cases dropped in 2020 and 2021. However, in the first half of 2023, we've been seeing the number restore to now 64. And we also have a Tech Finder showcase run by the FSS. It's very difficult to actually have the fintech companies go out and partner with financial institutions. So what we've decided to do was provide this showcase for those who have the lab tech and the sub tech, and for companies that do have that technology. What we're trying to have them partner with financial institutions. Typically, the FSS would not provide such a marketplace type of approach or scheme. However, we felt that as a reg tech type of scheme, we thought that this can be of great assistance for the companies, and we want to provide some further support in this endeavor. And not only in international cooperation, but in other areas of data analytics is something that we're also very much interested in. You've probably heard of the dark web response data platform. So what we're trying to do is also engage in POC. We also are trying to find a way to increase the depth of collaboration. And what we also do is analyze the use of cloud in the financial market, and also analyze investment and collaboration related data to offer that to the stakeholders. And this is on the survey that was conducted in August for 174 financial companies. And we looked into the survey, and we've understood that these companies actually have been engaging in 674 collaborative work with 422 fintech companies. Last September, FSC and FSS has engaged in a Korea Fintech Week, and there was a detailed presentation and briefing on the results of the survey. So in lieu of time, I'd like to skip these slides and the results of the survey. As you are very well aware, the financial company has capital, data, and infrastructure. However, fintech companies do not have the capital but have the technology, do not have data but ideas, and it's very agile. So I think that we're now moving from not just competition, but a collaboration between these two stakeholders to respond to the fastly changing digital environment. And I believe that this is key to the survival of all of these companies. So let me skip these slides. And last but not least, I would like to talk about the plan for support going forward. As I have already mentioned, cyber threat is on the rise. And therefore, FSS, starting from October, has been collaborating with financial institutions and fintech companies that actually have the technology on CTI. So we want to become the bridge between the two. From October, we're seeing joint POCs between these two industries, and not only in the area of cyber threat intelligence or CTI, but there could be other technologies that enhances security and enhances the convenience of customers. So what we want to do is actually take it one by one to induce further collaboration. And we see overseas fintech associations and regulatory bodies actually knocking on our door. In the past, it's true that we were a bit conservative in our approach. However, going forward, these fintech associations and regulatory bodies from abroad, if they do knock on our door, what we want to do is actually connect them with the fintech industry and the financial institutions. I'm very sorry for rambling on in lieu of time, but at any rate, I do want to mention that we are seeing not only competition, but virtuous collaboration between financial institutions and fintech companies. So this is the new era that we're witnessing right now. And as Henry Ford has mentioned, working together at the end of the day is the road to mutual success. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Director General, for the great presentation.
Director General has mentioned the support that is being provided for the Fintech sector by the regulatory body and financial institutions. And also he has cited many examples of collaboration. And he mentioned that it's now not just competition but collaboration and about a new digital economy that's emerging. And as Henry Ford has mentioned, coming together is a beginning and working together is a success was his very last quote, emphasizing the importance of mutual growth and collaboration. Let us now move on to the next presentation.
Next presentation will be delivered by Digital Strategy Team Leader Kim Se-ho from Samjeong KPMG. His presentation topic is Korea Fintech Global Go-to-Market Entry Strategy. Mr. Kim Se-ho is also a judge and a business advancement advisor to Fintech Center in Korea, and he is also offering consulting services regarding My Data and PFM for Korean financial institutes. Kim Se-ho, you have the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am the Kim Se-ho. First of all, let me extend my deepest gratitude to the host and organizer of this event. Today, I want to talk about go-to-market strategy for fintech companies in Korea. They have needs to have presence in the global market. So for those fintech companies, I'd like to share some recommendations. So I asked two questions to generative AI, ChatGPT, for the presentation at Seoul Fintech Week. I first asked a question about the appropriate topic for my presentation. And one of the recommendations, as you can see from the slide, is the latest trends in the fintech, global fintech market or the forecast. And it also made several recommendations like partnership, cooperation, regulations, and policy changes. So I will also cover these topics during my presentation. When Korean companies wanted to scale up or overseas market expansion, what kind of strategies should be considered? That was my second question to ChatGPT, which is very related to the topic of this presentation. And then ChatGPT answered, understanding of local market would be very important for global go-to-market strategy. And he also mentioned the collaboration in that local market, and regulatory compliance will also be a very important factor for the global go-to-market strategy. I also agree to the recommendations by ChatGPT. So this is how my presentation is structured. In the first part, I will briefly talk about global fintech ecosystem shift, and then we'll talk about domestic fintech dynamics. And lastly, I will go over some of my proposals for global entry for the fintech companies in Korea, which are considering global market expansion. First, global fintech ecosystem shift. I looked at this topic in terms of investment. As you well know, fintech industry has made a very balanced growth for the past few years. And recently, in terms of investment and IPO, there was a quantitative growth. But as the market matures, now investors have more rigorous standards. Of course, quantitative growth is important, but profitability also comes to matter. Last year, as you well know, the global economic recession started to spread. So the number of investment and the value of investments have waned last year. But as you can see from the chart or graphic on the right side, US and Western European countries led development in the fintech sector. But starting from recently, the center of gravity has shifted to Asia or East Asian countries. According to our own report, as of last year, investment in the APAC countries, of course, the number of investment cases has decreased slightly. However, the total value of investment has exceeded $500 million, which means that the shift or the focus has now been shifted to Asia. And I also took a look at valuation of fintech companies. As I mentioned, now profitability comes before growth. So the investors themselves also look at the valuation of the companies because the number of IPOs has decreased and non-listed companies' valuation has also declined more recently. This means that when the fintech startups try to exit or try to get more investment among the unicorn companies, fintech companies took up about 25%. That's one of the statistics. But the fintech or financial industry is heavily dependent upon regulation, government policies, and cultures of individual countries. And I think this is a phase where we screen the better from the good or the average. And another aspect that our company has looked at is business models of fintech companies. As of last year, globally, we looked at the top 10 investment in the fintech companies and what kind of service models that they have adopted. As you can see from the left side, rather than going for B2C, B2B or B2B2C or embedded business models have been adopted by most of the top 10 fintech companies. Of course, quantitative growth like MAU growth is important, but from the perspective of investors, going beyond the B2C to become B2B or B2B2C, or the business model diversification is really important. And there is also a convergence trend between the financial and non-financial services to offer embedded services. So that was a brief or a very simple picture of global fintech ecosystem. But now, let me move on to the Korean market. We are working with the Fintech Lab, Fintech Support Center, and Korean Financial Committee. And we are releasing a white paper every year on the fintech sector and providing a chronological view toward the fintech industry development. As you can see from the left side, Korean fintech companies have both continued both the qualitative and quantitative growth. Of course, this is from the year before, last year. But many fintech companies have been very active in the Korean market for the past 2 years. And I think this slide is a vintage analysis of investment from 2017 to 2019. We looked at the big fintech companies which received the seed investment, and as of this year, May 2023, what kind of stages are they in as of May 2023? So the fintech companies at the seed stage, they have moved on early, later, or access stages, and there is this balanced distribution across 3 stages after seed stage. And you can see upper left side, you can see the liquidated ratio. And our liquidated ratio among fintech companies is 5.5%, which is lower than other advanced economies. But exit rate is lower than other countries. And this chart. This shows that when it comes to scale up, Korean companies are falling short of expectations. The fintech companies of Korea need to scale up, going beyond the constraints of the local market. So that is one requirement for fintech companies to consider for continuous or sustained survival. And the banking industry, regulation and policies are very important in the banking sector, and the Korean regulatory authorities are advancing or developing regulations with supporting policies. So open banking was introduced, and last year, My Data Finance, My Data started to offer its services. And the sandbox regulation has been also improved recently. The Korean government has been very proactive to support the fintech sector, and there are various tracks that fintech companies can choose: a business model diversification from B2C to B2B or B2B2C, And now fintech companies are required to show profitability, but they can also go to the overseas market to overcome the constraints of the local market. And let me just focus on the last part.
저희가 그 2019년부터 핀테크 백서를 발간하면서
From 2019, we have released the white papers for the fintech sector, and then we conducted research for overseas market entry for this white paper. We asked the Korean fintech companies whether they have an experience of going out for the overseas market, and only 12% said yes. And by sector, you can see the proportion of the fintech companies that have presence in the overseas market. Then what kind of complaints or the improvement points you have when you enter the overseas markets? Then they answered that they lack information on market size, competition status, and market trends. And they also had difficulties in the regulatory compliance and finding appropriate partners for the overseas business. So in this year, 2023, in the white paper 2023, we created this fintech map, which sounds very ambitious, and we are working on this global fintech map to provide better information to fintech companies in Korea about global fintech market and the fintech market status by country, their macroeconomic index, their financial industry regulation, and what kind of investment would be required to enter the market by a fintech sector. And we also provided the regulatory information by fintech sector, along with the major players, fintech players by country. Because of the time constraint, I cannot give you information about every country. And let me just narrow down the countries into 6. Among European countries, I picked UK, and for North America, the US, and Japan should not be missed because it is closest to Korea. And among Southeast Asia countries, I picked just these 3 countries. So first country is the UK. As you well know, the UK has been a traditional financial hub in Europe. When it comes to open banking and global sandbox, this is the first country that introduced this regulation. And by introducing GDPR, it is also looking at how to secure personal data or the data security for consumers. So this is a leading country when it comes to financial regulation and fintech sector. So as you can see from the slide, even though there was economic recession last year, the fintech sector or fintech market has continued its growth, unlike other countries. And there's an insurtech among the fintech industries. Korea is not well advanced when it comes to insurtech, but the UK has 8 unicorn companies in this insurtech. Next is the US. In Silicon Valley, as you well know, the ecosystem is very vibrant, and as a result, 1 out of 2 new fintech companies has been launched in the US. On the other hand, there are other things that you have to consider if you want to go out to the US market, because it has this federal and the state level government system. You have to think about this, the duality or dual regulations. For example, if you want to launch payment services in the US, then you have to get 2 licenses, one from the state government and the other from the federal government. This is very important information that you have to consider. And the third country is Japan, closest to Korea. The Japanese government has been very active to find a new growth engine, and fintech was chosen as the new growth engine for the future. So starting from last year, the Japanese government announced the 5-year startup development plan. So about 95 trillion won will be invested to produce 100 unicorn companies. And cashless society is one vision of the Japanese government. So the Since Japan is a super-aged society ahead of Korea, there are many fintech services tailored to the needs of the elderly. For example, asset management of the elderly or the custodian services for family members of the elderly. So these kind of new services have been introduced in the fintech sector of Japan. Next, Singapore, one of the three Southeast Asian countries. As you know, about 1,500 fintech companies are very active in the Singaporean scene. And the Sandbox Express and the other new regulations have been advanced to the needs of the fintech sector development. And what is interesting is that digital full banking service was introduced last year. This is an internet-only or online-only bank. Most of them are just focused on retail banking, but now they provide corporate banking. So these online banks are now providing full digital banking services, including the corporate banking. Next is Indonesia. Traditionally, Indonesia has been seen as an underbanked country. That is true, but if you look at the population size, that it is number one in Southeast Asia, and the average population age is 28, but Korea, if you look at the median age, is about 44.6. So the population is much younger, and there are several unicorn companies very active in the market. Last country is Vietnam. Vietnam is one of the countries that most of the fintech companies in Korea want to have some presence. There are several factors. One is that Vietnam is the number 3 export destinations for the Korean businesses. Therefore, there are many Korean credit card companies in Vietnam already. And the Vietnamese government has been very active with various policies to support the fintech companies. So non-cash payment sector and the e-payment sector are growing very fast with the support of the government. Timo, Cape, there are various apps to open a banking account easily and simply. The conclusion. For the development of fintech and finance sectors of Korea, collaboration and partnerships are very important. Not just the Seoul Metropolitan government, we need to have more policy support. We need to make our regulatory system more sophisticated and advanced. And the traditional financial institutes and the fintech players, they are not just competitors. They can be partners for collaboration. This is a competition, both competition and partnership. They can compete against one another, but they can also work together when they try to go out to the overseas market. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Well, thank you so much. So during your presentation, you suggested the scale of strategy for fintech companies, and you gave us a very good information about overseas markets, their business infrastructure, and the fintech industry status of different overseas markets. Because of time constraint, you couldn't go deeper. But I have one question. Fintech companies, they are linking with the non-financial services, and they are also using embedded for business model differentiation. They have to go beyond the MAU and other indicators to enhance profitability. These parts that I read from your slides, and I think these parts were very impressive because I also have the experience of operating a fintech company, even though you didn't mention this because of time constraint during your presentation. Now I'd like to move on to the third presentation.
발표해 주시겠습니다.
So we would like to invite Sunbok Park, Senior Research Fellow of the Financial Services Industry.
한국 핀테크 산업협회
So he is the Senior Research Fellow of Financial Services Industry and also worked at the Deposit Insurance Corporation. And he has been very active as the member of Korea Fintech Industry Association. Dr. Lee, you have the floor.
이거 혹시 그 뭐냐
Yes, it's a great pleasure to meet you all. This is not my final presentation deck. Can you please switch the file to my final deck, please?
파일명이 최종으로 되어 있는 건데.
So the file name indicates that it's final, but if not, let me continue on. So I believe that Director General Kim and his presentation can be summarized that brothers and sisters under one roof needs to get along for that family to be successful. And Mr. Kim Se-ho, the summary of his presentation would be that you really need to go out, venture out to be successful. And the topic of my presentation is that Seoul can be a true fintech hub only when we become that prestigious family name. And I would like to just briefly touch upon Korea's fintech ecosystem as a background. From 2015, we've been seeing many efforts being made to support this industry, and there were some good achievements, but we've also faced with many limitations.
여기에서 나와 있는 것처럼 금융당국이
And as indicated here on this slide, the regulatory authority has been pursuing many regulatory innovations, and various policies and schemes were introduced for the fintech companies to flourish. And as you can see here, Korea's fintech ecosystem does look a bit different from that of other countries. The financial authority plays a critical role.
앞서 두 분께서 말씀하셨던
And as was mentioned by our other speakers, collaboration with financial institutions is particularly important. And including Busan City and Seoul, it's true that these two cities have been actively supporting the fintech industry and has been hosting many events, and I'm very grateful for that. Because fintech companies are mostly small startups that start off with minimal capital. Therefore, without policy support, it's very difficult for them to grow. So in that aspect, the fintech ecosystem does have its potential to grow because of the various supporters. And if I may look into the fintech industry of Korea with an objective perspective, for the past 7-8 years, it's true that we've been growing quantitatively, and that was quite successful. We have more than 600 fintech companies, and compared to the UK, for instance, it's quite comparable in terms of the number of fintech companies. So we did grow in quantity. Early on, it's true that the companies were skewed towards a specific sector, but I think that this concentration is easing. And the reason why we're seeing this is not necessarily because of that natural market power coming into play. It's that specific fintech companies grown successful and the others falling behind. In other words, we've been seeing a lot of consolidation, but I think that maybe in addition to what I've just mentioned, we're seeing this skew easing because other niche sectors weren't able to grow. About 55% of the fintech companies have decided to go down that path of challenging the financial institutions, and 45% decided to collaborate with financial institutions, in other words, to become an enabler. But if you look at the survival rate, fintech companies that decided to go down that challenger path, their survival rates are quite low. But companies that went down the enabler path were able to secure a strong profit platform and has been able to grow. I think that it's now high time for qualitative growth. We think that we'll be seeing more companies add to the list. And according to KPMG, thank you for that survey, we were able to identify 18 fintech companies that have listed in the market from 2019 to 2022. But most of the companies were enabler companies that have decided to collaborate with financial institutions or well-established financial institutions. I do know that there are a handful of challenger fintech companies getting ready to go for an IPO. However, we will have to wait and see whether this will be a success. So I do have some concerns. But I think I have to admit the fact that we've actually did gain global recognition because of the sheer number of fintech companies. As was mentioned by Director General Kim, we see overseas regulatory bodies and fintech associations and companies coming to Korea. Last year, I've worked at the Fintech Center Korea for about a year, and on a monthly basis, we've been seeing 7 to 8 site visits by overseas stakeholders to Korea. However, the greatest shortcoming of Korea's fintech sector is that we do not have that prominent name. In other words, we don't have enough sufficient number of unicorns in the fintech sector. It's true that there are many unicorn companies that are in the fintech sector. From 2020 to 2022, for the 3 years globally, CB Insights have identified 916 unicorns, and out of the 916, 24.2% or 222 were fintech players. That indicates that as a sole sector, it's true that fintech actually accounts for a lion's share in the list of unicorns. However, if you see the case of Korea, we have only 3 companies or fintech companies that are unicorns, and only 2 have basically their standing is based on the domestic market. So what I can say is that we don't have as many fintech unicorns, meaning we don't have that very strong, prominent name as a fintech hub. Well, our previous 2 speakers did not have enough time, so they really had to speak quickly, but I think that I will have ample time remaining. I should have given some of my time to them. But at any rate, moving on, if Korea or Seoul wants to be an international fintech hub, what is required? We do know that the many cities of Korea really aspire to become a hub, to really have a global standing. But it's true that just because you want to become a hub doesn't make you a hub. From the early 2000s, we've really tried to become the financial hub of the world. However, that prominence was not gained, and I think it's the same case for fintech. We've been putting in our efforts to create that fintech hub, but objectively speaking, it's true that there is still a long way to go to achieve this ambition. So being a global hub is not something that can be done overnight. It's not just about will, it's about something that can be made and should be made by the recognition of others and others around the world. And only then can we actually tout ourselves as a fintech hub. So let's look at the city of Seoul and how it's being evaluated around the world. We do have a global ranking of 12 as a hub and 26 in the fintech ranking. But you can see that there are many cities that want to become a hub. And this indicates that all of these cities here on this slide are competitors to the city of Seoul. But the greatest disadvantage of Seoul is market reach. In other areas, we're high in the ranking, but market reach, this is a shortcoming. In terms of performance, funding, and connectedness, Korea or Seoul is not that behind. However, market reach, we do have some room for improvement, and some of the reasons are as follows. First is the size of the domestic market. It's not a big market, but I cannot say that it's just small. Is that such a narrow market? If we think about the fintech companies with the market that we have right now, they still can grow into unicorn companies. And the lack of the number of global leading companies is also another reason behind that low ranking in market reach. And I think that this is true. Other than TOS, we don't have that many global leading companies in the fintech sector. There are certain enabler fintech companies receiving interest from abroad, but they are not that popular. Therefore, we haven't been seeing these star players. And then the third element to market reach is quality. The regulatory body has been putting in much effort to provide a better policy foundation, but still, it's true that in the eyes of the outside, we do not have that much of a favorable policy environment. But Korea, of course, has a great advantage. In the recent 2 to 3 years, we've been seeing Seoul as a great attractive place to visit. Just on my way to DDP, I've met so many foreigners. It's very much different from what I've witnessed when I was in my 20s and 30s. You can see that there's a higher probability of you meeting a foreigner. So this indicates that Seoul as an attraction is actually gaining the spotlight. It could be K-pop, K-culture, but due to many factors, we are seeing the global audience showing much more interest and attention to Korea, and Seoul is, of course, at the center of Korea. And I've mentioned that Korea's disadvantage, its shortcoming, is something that has to be minimized, and the advantage that we have is something to be maximized. And once we do that, I believe that Seoul can be recognized as a fintech hub. Of course, it is easier said than done. But for Korea, and especially Seoul, to become an international fintech hub, it's true that we need to make Seoul more compelling. As mentioned, that I've worked at the Fintech Center Korea for about a year. But one of the issues that we had was that we don't have a control center. In other words, the fintech business takes on a greater proportion in Seoul versus other cities. But if the financial authority and Seoul Metropolitan government join hands to make Seoul more attractive as a fintech hub, I think that we have a higher probability to become a hub. From Gongdeok to Yeouido, if we provide a fintech mecca, for instance, and to really have financial authorities, fintech companies to join on this fintech street and have the word out, it would really help Seoul become an international fintech hub. So creating that fintech mecca or fintech street, I think, is one of the options that we can actually try out. And the number of unicorns. I want to mention that it's not just about the number of unicorns, but it's about having top quality unicorn companies that can be competitive when they partner with any type of company. So to really identify the potential fintech companies, to create that fintech street and fintech mecca, to host these companies, to have them grow into unicorns, to really have that cluster effect, to create that fintech attraction, I think will really help Seoul become a true fintech hub. And I also believe that we need at least 10 fintech unicorns that are recognized around the world. In our previous speaker, there were about 7 fintech unicorns in Indonesia in his slide. And in Korea, considering the advancement of our financial industry, it's true that we should have more fintech unicorns versus Indonesia. So then, how can this be possible? This is something that requires our attention. And with that, let me conclude my speech. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다, 박사님.
Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. Dr. Lee talked about our past footsteps and the government policies that were in place. So it's true that we've been quite successful in the number of fintech companies, but now it's high time for quality growth. And Yeouido International Center, or the IFC, and connecting that to Seoul to create a fintech street or a fintech mecca would be a great way for Seoul to become a fintech hub. And he's also mentioned that we need at least 10 fintech unicorn companies in 5 years, and also the necessity of a control center. Thank you very much for that presentation.
이제 세 분 발표를 다 들었습니다.
Now we have listened to all of the three presentations prepared for session one. Since we don't have much time, let me just ask one question for each speaker. First to Mr. Kim Bugon. If I look at your slides for the past 5 years, there have been 74 collaboration projects, and the financial platform has taken up the biggest part. And I think easy and simple payment would take up the lion's share, but it is just more than 60. And I want to know the latest the trends of the collaboration. If I look at the situation of this year and last year, what kind of changes, the biggest changes has been seen in which sector? And can you also tell us the meaning of such changes? And regarding collaboration, now fintech companies has been growing from unbundling to rebundling to become a platform, and not just fintech companies, banks as well. And the small and medium-sized fintech companies are struggling because of the alternative loan platforms. And they have difficulties because the banks are not so cooperative, and they just focus on the big companies and big fintech players. And is there any idea as a policymaker to overcome such challenges?
Yes, well, that actually was something that I just had to skip over due to time. But thank you very much for that question. So I'm not sure whether I can actually add any significant meaning to the stats, but if you look at the number of collaborations for the past 5 years, the financial platform stood at 160, and simple payment 47 or 73. Or rather was around 60. And for the recent 3 years, I think that, well, we cannot, of course, compare apples to apples, but if you look at 22 to 23, we've seen about 15 cases of financial platform, and for simple payment, 17 cases. So the platform and simple payment in 22 and 23, there wasn't a great difference. But moving on to 2023 until the run-up to June, based on our assessment, simple payment, we've seen 8 cases of collaboration. However, financial platform, 16 cases. So we've been seeing immense growth. So in just 6 months of time, 6 months, we've been seeing 16 cases. And if this is annualized, it would be 30 cases. So compared to simple payment, you can see that there was significant growth for 2023. But the financial platform and simple payment service, if we think about the traits between these two businesses, simple payment is a way of payment. So it's about actually consigning a specific task. In the case of a financial platform, it's about working together as a partner. So it's a different type of business scheme. And the second point I would like to make is in the financial platform, in the past it was centered on banks. However, now we're seeing savings banks and other non-financial institutions being involved, meaning that there are many fintech companies that are taking part in this financial platform, and we'll have to see whether this trend will continue on next year and onwards. And we will have to see how it will impact other industries. So we'll continue on to keep note of that. And I think that your second question really has to do with your role from your association on for further support for SMEs and small business owners. But for the FSS, what I can say is that financial security, stability, and soundness is also a critical aspect. And therefore, in terms of support, it's true that there is less emphasis on these very small players. However, Tech Finder and other matchmaking events are something that we're very much interested in. We really do know that there are these small companies out there, and we think that there could be some linkage made with these players with RegTech or SubTech, and we really want to create these spaces to connect them with other companies and partners. And early in the year, and well, FSS cannot just focus on identifying these players throughout the year. But what I can say is that there are specific issues that springs up. For instance, this year we had that challenge with restructuring loans, so there was a lot of support rendered on this area. And in the second half and onwards, CTI, cyber threat intelligence, and cloud are some of the themes that FSS is very much interested in. So there will be more work focused on that. So we want to identify these themes to increase more examples of collaboration. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
다음 우리 저 김세호 상무님께
Now, question to Mr. Kim from KPMG. So you gave us the information about the fintech industry status and the market status of key overseas markets. And you also shared with us what kind of the challenges will be there when they go out to the overseas markets. And you mentioned a lack of market information and difficulty to find an appropriate partner. So having enough information about the overseas markets would lead to the differentiating point for fintech players. In the morning session, Mr. Isungam also mentioned this. So this is can be one answer to your question. There was a question that how fintech companies in Korea can start their businesses in the overseas markets first, and he answered that each country has different legislations and regulatory models, and because of that, business models have to be varied and designed to fit the different situation of each country. So targeting just one specific country was not enough. So we need to develop business models with differentiating points that can target several overseas markets. And do you have any event cases, best practices to benchmark for Korean fintech players if they want to go out to the overseas markets? And what would be the key considerations for those fintech companies? Thank you for the great but very challenging or difficult questions. So from 2019, we have been publishing white papers for fintech companies, and for the white papers we've conducted in-depth interviews with fintech CEOs and managing directors, accumulating knowledge about the best practices for fintech companies. So you mentioned any best practices to benchmark on, but they can vary depending on the market you are targeting or what kind of business model you want to focus on. Depending on those, your benchmark would differ. But generally speaking, I can share with you 3 points. One is Revolut. As you all know, it is a UK-based fintech company, also a unicorn company. And what is noteworthy is that in the US, Australia, Singapore, and other Asian countries and European countries, this company has a presence, and the foreign exchange rate regulations, culture of target markets have been considered when they start to establish their presence in those markets, and that they found appropriate partners in these overseas markets for collaboration. So this can be the most appropriate approach when you try to go out to the overseas market. The second best example is a Grab. It is a Uber of Southeast Asian countries. Why are they a fintech company? They are also covering financial services. That's why they go deeper in the finance sector as well. And they have Grab Finance Group, And it offers services not just in payment, but also in banking and other loan services. So Grab can be another example to benchmark on. And the third example is ADM, which is relatively unknown to the Korean people. It is a fintech company based in the Netherlands, specialized in payment services. It is also listed in the Dutch exchange. It offers a different payment and settlement solutions depending on the different markets. But it also has a very comprehensive solution of making technology. So if we just look at these best example cases, what can be drawn from these cases? I think there are three lessons to learn at the very early stage or starting stage. Don't go out too broadly. You have to focus on a specific market or a specific country. And you have to refer to success cases of one specific country or market to come up with a tailored methodology to approach that market. And second takeaway is that you must have some differentiating service, one service or several services. You must have a differentiated service, and you have to focus on such a service to see the market reaction and then develop your strategy based on that reaction. And the third lesson or third point to remember is find partnership, because you lack information about the local market. As you can see from our survey, that is the number one reason of frustration. So lack of information can be addressed by forming partnership with a local company. It can be B2B model or B2B2C model. To enable that, Seoul Metropolitan government, FSS, and other regulatory authorities have to provide policy supports to enable that. TOS, of course, it can go out to the overseas markets on its own, but small and medium-sized fintech players, they cannot go out to the overseas markets on their own. If they have partnerships with the very strong players, they can create the synergies in those overseas markets. Well, thank you for that answer. The last point you mentioned. So financial companies, they go out first, and based on the established presence, then the fintech companies can also go out by forming partnership with traditional financial entities. Okay, thank you so much. Now, last question to Dr. Lee Sung-bok. If I look at your presentation, you shared with us the growth track of Korean fintech companies, and the growth track has been influenced by government policies, and the shared API platform or open banking service, open banking policy. They laid a foundation for growth of fintech players in Korea. And you also mentioned that we need a control tower. And I think this is one reason that why we need a control tower. Traditional financial entities and the fintech players, they have raised collaboration in a very desirable manner. But more recently, the big tech companies and the small and medium-sized fintech players, their collaboration has to be facilitated further. So can you share with us what kind of strategies will be needed to facilitate such collaboration? And the International Financial Center and should be part of developing fintech strategy to offer spaces for fintech companies. What do you think about this?
네, 사실 김부근 국장님이나
Yes, Director General Kim and Mr. Kim, I think that you have clients, you have customers, so you have to be very much prudent in your approach and your talk. But as a researcher, I think that I think I can freely comment. So if I may, I believe that when financial companies and fintech companies collaborate, there are basically two types of situations. One is a fintech company as a technology company would be providing that technology platform to that financial provider, like SaaS. Or there could be the cases where it's a challenger company, and only when they have a joint venture or have a type of business partnership with that financial institution can they offer their services to customers. So in the former case, without the support from the financial authorities, still they can flourish. However, in the case of the latter, as was briefly mentioned by President Lee, they do work well with big tech companies, but they may not be as a sound collaborator with small fintech companies. And I think that this still is a task at hand. From 2020, we've introduced a loan comparison platform in Korea, but the established banks were not active participants. So in providing that loan comparison information, there were quite significant limitations, and it was a hindrance to increasing that market. And the restructuring loan related platform to compare the loans and to restructure the existing loans to lower rates was a good opportunity for the citizens. However, the incumbents did not really actively participate in this trend. Therefore, to have financial customers lower their rates through these fintech innovations did not really provide as much of a benefit that was expected. I believe that it's true that we need to induce fair competition to find a way to have non-financial sectors actually utilize financial information from the financial industry. But you can see that how it actually impacts the market is that it's actually going the other way. You can see that Naver, Kakao, and Toss and these big tech companies actually will benefit from financial institutions because they do have many they have many customers, and financial institutions want to partner with them. However, for the small fintech companies, it's very difficult to really join hands with these big players in the financial sector because they may seem like they don't have that much to offer. So we've been emphasizing collaboration, but for collaboration that only works for financial institutions is something that we need to refrain from. We need to provide collaboration and engage in collaboration that actually benefits fintech companies, and only then can we say that these brothers can live peacefully under one roof and achieve mutual success. I've mentioned about the fintech street idea, and the reason I suggested such an option was because there are overseas authorities, companies, and stakeholders that may be interested in Korea's fintech, but I've been seeing them really not knowing where to go and where to visit. But if we do have a fintech street in a particular part of Seoul, and if we see it's gaining traction and recognition, I think that more of these interested parties can actually come and experience the growth, the development of fintech in Korea, and not only financial authorities, but other relevant organizations can actually come together and meet up. So that's why I've suggested this idea. And if we want to continue on with our fintech hub strategy, I think something like this is quite necessary to be established. So I've shared this idea with other policymakers, and it's not something I can just push ahead alone. So I really wanted to take as many opportunities as possible to share this idea with stakeholders, and I've had this very fortunate opportunity to share this idea with our audience today. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for that talk. And I think that we just have, we're surpassed about a minute or so. So thank you very much, and thank you all to the audience for your participation. Thank you.
네, 너무나도 알찬
That was a very fruitful session that we were able to hear their insights. Please give another round of applause. Thank you so much. This brings us to the end of session 1. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the speakers and the audience on-site and online. We will resume with session 2, Fintech Cultivation Strategies, Funding Investment for a Better Ecosystem. 10 minutes later at 2:20. Thank you so much. I will see you in 10 minutes.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Yeah, I have housekeeping remarks. In a minute, we'd like to start the session
두
2.
번째 세션은 핀테크 산업 활성화.
Session 2 is on fintech cultivation strategies, fund, and investment for a better fintech ecosystem. And as was mentioned in session 2, we have speakers from both home and abroad. For those that need simultaneous interpretation, please use the receivers on your way in. The receivers are near the entrance, right in front of the coffee truck. So please make sure to get the receivers. Korean is channel 1 and English is channel 2. And we will begin session 2 shortly. Kindly make your way in and take your seats.
네, 저희 연사분들이 바로 준비가 된 것 같습니다.
I believe our speakers are ready, and let us now begin session 2. So let us now begin session 2 of Seoul Fintech Week 2023 conference. This session is on fintech cultivation strategies, fund, and investment for a better fintech ecosystem, and we have 3 speakers as well as a panel discussion to follow the presentations. The chair for this session is Seoul Director Koo Boon-hee of Invest Seoul. Mr. Koo is currently the Seoul Director of Invest Seoul, and is a top expert in investment and improvements in Seoul's investment environment. You have the floor. A big round of applause, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Koo Boon-hee, Seoul Director of Invest Seoul. This session is on fintech cultivation strategies, fund, and investment for a better fintech ecosystem. We have a total of 3 speakers to give their presentations, and each speaker has 15 minutes. And after all of the presentations, we will engage in a discussion of 20 minutes. And for our audience, if you do have any questions, please hold on to the questions, and you may pose the questions or your comments during the panel discussion session. So let me first introduce our first speaker. The first speaker will talk on the topic how mainstream financial groups can get closer to fintech investment ecosystem. We have Managing Director Ha Jung-hee from Shinhan Venture Investment to give our first presentation for session 2. Shinhan Venture Investment signed the very first ESG investment consulting contract in the venture industry and received the 2022 Venture Startup Promotion Merit Award presidential citation hosted by the Ministry of SMEs and Startups. So it is Korea's representative venture company. Managing Director Ha worked at Samsung Electronics and also was the director of Microsoft Finance team, is currently the managing director at Shinhan Venture Investment. A big round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Ha Jung-hee, and I'm the Managing Director of Shinhan Venture Investment. SI Fund, which was raised for digital transformation, is my area of management. So I'm in charge of this SI Fund. And since the topic for today's conference is Fintech, I will share with you what will be needed to sustain this Fintech ecosystem in Korea. As you well know, financial services and financial services sector has one of the highest profitability among the industries across the world. If you look at the revenue size, it is like 1,700 trillion Korean won. And if you look at the profit or the added value, it is generating 2,700 trillion won every year. So this is a huge sector. So wherever we see there is a flow of money, and the underlying all of these behind the flow of money, there are financial services. Regardless of your income level, I think everyone would have their own bank account, and of course this varies depending on geographies or countries. The credit card usage rate is increasing across the world, And if you just add mobile services or the cloud technology enabled customer convenience, then you can see there are more fintech players getting established in their own respective markets. So behind all this physical world, there's this flow of money, and as fintech is deployed, there are higher standards from the side of consumers. So the financial groups, including Shinhan Bank Group, has now more things to consider. So as you can see from the slide, this is the NPS, Net Promoter Score. This is one of the marketing survey methodology to see the satisfaction level of consumers. And we just looked at the fintech NPS compared to other financial services. Can you recommend the financial services or products to others around you? That is one key question. Then the mainstream traditional financial players, they are getting much lower scores compared to the fintech or challenger players. This NPS survey has been conducted on the U.S. consumers, but I don't think the situation is different in Korea. I think there might be bigger gap when you look at the Korean situation between the traditional players and the fintech players. If you look at the different sectors of the financial services, including remittances and money transfer, foreign exchange, and others, there are new types of services every year, and now the customer experience is being innovated through the platforms provided by fintech players. And the traditional financial institutes and the legacy groups, if they just sit still, they will fall behind. So in step with this rapid digital transformation, the traditional players have to also offer innovation to their consumers, but specifically what kind of innovation should be offered. Of course, new technology or new ideas have to be deployed. And if you look at the trends or the direction of how the world is evolving, then the pain points have to be addressed first. Or if people think of something as a crisis, then there should be some protection to protect people against such a crisis. That is where new services should be generated. Financial sector is no exception. When we purchase something for our own pleasure, or if we go to see a doctor to prevent a disease or treat a disease, or for convenience or to show off my wealth, sometimes you need to buy a specific model of car to show off your wealth. But whenever you make a purchase, there is a flow of money, and the technology companies saw opportunity from all of these activities that facilitate the flow of money, and they are backed by cloud and other latest technologies, and they are seeing an opportunity to start their own businesses in this sector. So if traditional players just sit still, they will lose their customers to these challenger players. And the next generation, they will fail to get the attention of the next generation consumers, and they will be just edged out of the market in the end. The AI, ML, other newest technologies have to be deployed in the real life to improve efficiency of our work, or we modularize our financial work to provide services at the fingertip of our consumers, increasing interaction points with our consumers, and not just the financial segment, but also in the non-financial segment, we provide services and then import back such services to the financial segment. So we are making various attempts to respond to the challenges by fintech players. Since I'm from Shinhan Financial Group, so I will share with you some of the efforts that our company Financial Group is making. Fintech sector has started its growth on a full scale in 2015, and after 2015, as the first in the financial sector, we launched this program for fintech players, Shinhan FI, and it has been 8 years since then. And we are expanding this business to Vietnam and Japan to produce more than 300 early-stage fintech startups in the world. And we didn't stop there. Whenever these companies go to Silicon Valley for fundraising, we are working with global accelerators to support these companies, and then whenever they need scale-up fundraising, we are supporting their growth by laying the foundation for further growth, and then we are enabling them to have a digital transformation collaboration through scale-up fund, and then we raised 300 billion won in 2021 and launched a number one Shinhan Connect Fund, which is for scale-up fund. And right now, the Shinhan Venture Investment, the company I'm working at, is launching a number two scale-up fund for startup companies. And to cover early stage companies, so we are working with the Shinhan Futures Lab to find out high potential companies. So these companies are pre-A round or pre-A stage, between the seed stage and pre-A stage. So starting from accelerators, we provide a seed investment, and if they show potential, we provide scale-up investment, and we continue our support until their IPOs. So these are very continuous efforts to sustain the ecosystem for fintech startups. And for consumer protection, the high compliance is required from the traditional financial institutes. So if these players have to be part of the innovation, they have to be in step with the government regulation. It sounds very natural that the real prosperous stage for fintech players starts with the more efficient regulation being introduced to the market. So when regulation is ready and when regulation has become more efficient, market was opened and the consumers have their own standards, and this led to the development of fintech companies. So the reason why Shinhan was able to start this Futures Lab or the FinTech Lab is because of the ease of regulation, which was started in 2015. So if you look at the chronological order, the FX remittance service, which was only provided by banks, it was allowed by other financial institutes and other players with the ease of regulation. And the public, the financial certificates, it was very restrictive, but it was abandoned. And then internet banking started to spread, and open banking, my data service, they were introduced. These seem very natural these days, but only a few years ago, they sounded very innovative, and many people were reluctant to introduce these ease of regulation. I think that this rapid development was only enabled in step with ease of regulation. And one noteworthy ease of regulation is the introduction of sandbox. As a person working in the financial sector, I think sandbox introduction was very meaningful. Not just the fintech startups, but also financial institutes. They can offer non-financial services under the name of innovative services. So for a specific or defined period of time, they were able to offer innovative services, and if such innovative services were proven to be effective and provide benefits to consumers, the services were allowed, and then the permissible period was extended. And this created a virtuous cycle. And starting from 2019, the innovative financial service was introduced, and then many fintech players got the permit as innovative players. They asked for extension of the permit, and they asked for the license to continue on with such services. That kind of news appeared in the headlines of newspapers back in those days. So before, Some of these services looked very strange if banks offered these services. But nowadays, banks offer these non-financial services based on the learnings in the past and based on the connection level with their core services. And if these services have market potential and the potential consumer benefits, then these banks have to work with the fintech players or IC startups. So they need partnership with fintech players and the IC startups to provide such non-financial services. Shinhan also provides a Tengyoyo service, which is a food delivery service, combined with the payment services and the alternative credit rating services and the logistics services. These services are now offered by Shinhan the Financial Group based on partnership with fintech players and the tech companies. Since these services can be served as a funnel for money flow, they should comply with relevant regulations. And these are the fintech players are also companies that have to prove their business feasibility to stakeholders and the shareholders. And if they can do that, they can scale up to become a financial company, a new type of financial company, and then they can grow into established players in the fintech ecosystem. Of course, compliance is important, so we cannot just ask for too much deregulation, but at least regulation has to be managed to promote growth of these new sector, and if these services are proven to be related to the financial services and proven to be effective for the growth of new players, then regulation should be eased. This will enable the continuation of our SI fund and accelerator fund. In that regard, we need to have a more desirable policy movement and regulation development so that the people like me can come to this conference like this so that we can show to you that we can continue this partnership with fintech players. Thank you so much for your attention. Well, thank you for that presentation. The second presenter is Chai In-hwan, Senior Investment Director of Seoul Techno Holdings.
Seoul Techno Holdings is currently managing a total of 11 funds worth 100 billion won and is an AC that has achieved the highest recommendation amongst TIPS operators. Senior Investment Director Cha will speak on the topic Investment Value Add Nurturing Plan for Fintech Startups. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. I am In-hwan Cha from Seoul Techno Holdings. So in the fintech sector, what kind of role is Seoul National University playing, and especially in what kind of support do we offer to the fintech companies? Maybe the question that you have in mind, but we have been for the past 10 years, investing heavily in fintech companies and into the sector with great interest and affection. And I believe now is actually high time to share with you some of the results and achievements. And thanks to Seoul Metropolitan government, I was able to, join you here today. So let me now begin my presentation on Seoul Techno Holdings fintech portfolio value up examples. It may be a bit similar to what was mentioned by Managing Director Ha from Shinhan Venture Investment. Because if you think about the fintech industry, it's true that there is a major impact coming from regulations. So how do we really respond to these regulations? And we've also seen the cases of non-financial sectors and how they were able to involve themselves. But now I'd like to talk about how the fintech players were able to gain a financial license to offer better products and services. And the second point I would like to make is on the role of the government and the municipality, especially if you think about the role of the government. And for companies that invest in early stage startups, what's important here is the policy support of the government and, of course, the support from the local government. They play a pivotal role in the growth of these companies. And there's, of course, the collaboration with key incumbents in the industry, and I would like to talk about that as well. And as I have already mentioned, at Seoul National University and Seoul Techno Holdings, what kind of role do we play is something that I would like to address first on this slide. There are many patents possessed by SNU, and we would invest in these technologies to establish independent companies, to forge joint ventures with outside companies, and also engage in equity investments in top-notch companies. And as was mentioned by our moderator, we have 11 funds, an AUM of 100 billion won, and we're currently investing in around 220 companies. And we also have a license as an accelerator. I do know that there are about 400 companies that have an accelerator license, and we actually are the top 3 to 5 accelerator currently working in Korea. The reason why this was all possible, I believe, has to do with the competitiveness coming from Seoul National University, the outside network capabilities that we have, and also the various growth support schemes, both home and abroad, that we have actively utilized. In the case of the competitiveness of Seoul National University, there are more than 1,500 patents applied and registered, and more than 20,000 experts, research professionals that are involved. So we do have that very solid platform for research and development. And in addition to that, we do have another organization that actually helps these technologies be commercialized. We do see a number of startups internally emerging, led by professors. And if you think about the organization that we have, the professors that actually do open a startup can actually wear 2 hats, as a professor and as the CEO of that company. So you can see that this is also another way to facilitate the role of the research professionals, the researchers within the university. So I think that we are in that position to identify these core talents and core startup opportunities. And in addition to that, we have the SNU R&D Foundation, Entrepreneurship Center, and there are also various cultivation centers within these colleges and schools. For the past 10 years, one of the biggest changes that we have witnessed was that there were many successful startups that actually emerged from the research group, from the professors, and that actually led to being listed in the market. And we see graduate school students, we see undergrads, we see many students and talents that can actually have first-hand experience in startups and in creating that startups. And we can see that this actually helps them in their career path. And we've been seeing this change in perspective, a great different atmosphere and ambience within the university. So as mentioned, for the recent decade, we've really been able to take full advantage of the competitiveness of SNU. And including Shinhan Financial Group and other financial institutions, we've been able to engage in a number of collaborations. So funding and investments, active work collaboration is underway with our external partners. And the reason why this was all possible was because we've been actively supporting the growth both home and abroad. We have a number of R&D grants and early stage programs where we've actually seen about half of the companies that we have been invested in have been connected to these support programs. It's true that these programs that were run by the central government has been a great success, and we've been seeing Seoul Metropolitan government and other local governments introducing similar schemes, for instance, R&D grants and also grants to support early stage of startups. And what we are trying to do is actually connect these programs with these startup companies. and many of our portfolio company has been able to benefit from these schemes. There are a number of examples that I would like to share with you, but because this is a fintech conference, I do want to focus more so on the fintech sector. So you see here on the top left, we do see the top 3 companies, the 3 major portfolio companies that lead the fintech sector. So the very first company that you see here is a semiconductor chip-based design house total solution provider. They actually customize hardware and software all together. And we have key talents in the semiconductor field that work here. It's called Rebellions. And we also have, as a founder, a high-frequency trader from Morgan Stanley and from IBM Watson, an AI architect. So these 2 individuals came together to start this company, Rebellions. And we've actually supported them with various growth schemes to help them grow their company. So I will give you some more details afterwards. And second is Travel Wallet. Travel Wallet is Asia's first fintech company to sign a license with Visa. And I will be giving you some more information on them as well, but you can see that the global financial institutions are trying to take full advantage of fintech companies to penetrate into markets. So this is a very good example that I would like to share with you afterwards. And the third is Lucent Block. This is a digital asset securitization company. So it's about asset securitization of real estate. So this company has passed the regulatory sandbox criteria and has been being supported by various innovative schemes. So I will give you some more information on that. So very first case that I would like to share with you would be that case of collaborating with global financial institutions. As a fintech startup, collaborating with global companies probably helps them raise and enhance their prominence. This is probably the most important milestone for a fintech company on collaborations with financial institutions. And to give you some more background on Travel Wallet, well, first Visa. As was mentioned by Shinhan, we have already so many domestic credit card companies that have a great share of the market. But how was this very small fintech company actually join this picture? Well, what Visa decided to do was to provide its support to a promising fintech company to actually gain share in the domestic credit card market. So you can see that this was quite an interesting approach and a very aggressive and ambitious approach of collaboration between the 2. Travel Wallet originally was started by a foreign exchange dealer from Samsung Asset Management. They first started off as an exchange brokerage, but they've decided to pivot. When you go travel abroad, you have to pay a fee to exchange your currency. However, Travel Wallet enables the customers to change their currency free of charge and via their mobile credit card, and also through a debit card. Well, the 2 actually get connected, are linked together. So your domestic account and your mobile app and the Visa foreign exchange debit card are all connected in a seamless fashion. And once again, there is no fee commission to exchange the currency, and any fees and commissions would be minimized for great efficiency. So with their foreign exchange infrastructure, this type of service can be offered. And this is a service with probably the highest number of cards issued. And we do have a similar financial group that offer some similar services. But I'm sure that for those of you that really like to travel abroad, probably know about Travel Wallet already. And to provide you with some background, it's true that a global financial group, and their approach and their support in this fintech company has actually helped raise the prominence of such fintech company that was very much well prepared to really ride the tide. And the second example would be the case of a cultivation program. Korea has a Ministry of SMEs and Startups, and one of the most successful R&D program that they have is the TIPS program. So for 2 years, a 500 to 700 million won of R&D grant is provided. Also for prototyping and overseas marketing is supported via this fund without no equity dilution. So this has actually been an important beachhead for these companies that were involved. And when we first invested in Rebellions, this company, there were 5 core talents, and we've invested in only the potential that they had and the promising idea that they had. So that was all to it when we first invested. However, what we can do for these companies to really match them out with government schemes and government support grants. And at that time, Rebellion had its headquarters in Gyeonggi-do province. And at Gyeonggi-do province, the provincial government also had a similar program to TIPS. There was an early stage support program that supports 350 million in the early stage of growth. And at SMG, I do know that there is a Seoul city-type TIPS program. So I want to mention that there are many local governments that really do hard to cultivate these early stage startups, and a great important role they do play. And in the case of Rebellions, there are about 200 employees right now, and their valuation is very much close to it, making them a unicorn company. And the last case would be on regulation. In the fintech area, I think that the financial regulatory sandbox really does come into play. For as a startup, in the past, there are specific things that were something that was unimaginable. So with just a minimum amount of capital, it was impossible. However, now, right now, even without sufficient capital, of course, there is a specific set time frame, but they can actually try out different businesses with a license. So Lucent Block was also a very good example of taking full advantage of the financial regulation sandbox. So once again, cooperation with global financial institution and the active cultivation efforts by the local governments and the central government and the regulatory bodies sandbox of offering them with a temporary license to try out their ideas. So there were these 3 channels and examples that have really enabled startups to grow. So that is all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for that. And moving on to the last presentation. The last presentation is on Hong Kong's Ambition Virtual Asset Hub and Web3 Center. We have Managing Partner of Tsunami Advisors and Chairman of Fintech Association of Hong Kong, Neil Tan. Chairman Neil Tan has been recognized as a top authority in various fields, including corporate strategy consulting and M&A for 20 years. And he worked for HSBC, Deutsche Bank, and is currently serving as the managing partner for Tsunami Advisors and chairman of the Hong Kong Fintech Association.
Everyone. So actually, I'm curious, how many people have actually gone to Hong Kong before? If I can just get a show of hands. There's a fair representation there. And also, how many people actually own crypto? I'm curious. Okay, good. Well, so today I wanted to just kind of quick introduction about myself. I actually wear 3 different hats. The first hat is as the chairman of the Fintech Association inside of Hong Kong. We're about 1,000 members, about 300 corporate members, and essentially we're the super connector inside of the Fintech ecosystem. The second hat that I wear inside of Hong Kong is part of the Web3 task force. So Hong Kong has established a task force that's under the financial secretary of Paul Chan. to develop Hong Kong as a Web3 hub, and we'll talk more about that later on in the presentation. And the third one is as the managing partner for Tsunami Advisors. We're an advisory and consulting firm that's focused inside of Fintech and also Web3, trying to help different companies grow and scale within Asia. So today, just as a quick starter, talking about Fintech Association, like I said, we're the super connector inside of the ecosystem. Hong Kong has somewhere around 800 Fintech firms inside of the whole ecosystem. And what we do is we connect incumbent banks, finance, insurers with those different fintechs. We also connect with different accelerators, incubators, as well as other universities and institutions to try to grow the entire fintech ecosystem. Right now, as far as unicorns are concerned, there's somewhere around 20 to 25 inside of Hong Kong, with only about 5 that are actually fintech related. And really, as some of the other speakers have already identified, we're trying to actively grow that to, into a double-digit realm right now. So how we do that is through advocacy, collaboration, and also education, working with all the different stakeholders inside of the fintech ecosystem. We also have 8 different committees inside of the association, and those 8 committees cover things like AI, ML, blockchain, cybersecurity, all the way on through to blockchain and Web3. We also have digital payments, also green tech, ESG, wealth tech, insurtech, and also regtech. All of those are very specific topics that we try to push inside of the ecosystem from almost like a TradeFi digitalization perspective. But having said that, in October of last year, Hong Kong has made a statement to become a digital asset center and also a Web3 hub. When we take a look at the entire global crypto ownership, around 420 million people own crypto, and of which about over half, over 50% come from Asia. So 260 million come from Asia. And if you hear about crypto inside of China, obviously China has banned a lot of the crypto activities. When you look at the initial banning of mining and subsequently all of the bans on buy, sell, trading, and so forth, all of those different issues push those players out of China. And when we look at that situation, I'd like to say it's called the Chinese crypto diaspora, which means, when people start to migrate out of their home country, they start to go to different places. And this is not any different from when you look at PayPal inside of Silicon Valley. A lot of those different tech startups, whether it's Airbnb and so forth, actually came from what they call as the PayPal mafia. We don't like to use the word mafia in Hong Kong, but we do call it more of a diaspora. And what that meant is that when we looked at the early days of crypto, a lot of the people, projects, and platforms actually originated from China. And as China started to ban the activities, those people started to migrate to places like Hong Kong. And also subsequent to Hong Kong banning those activities, it started to move to other places like Singapore, Dubai, and all these other areas, right? And that's really the jurisdictions that were most favorable for those digital assets. But now Hong Kong, if you kind of look at it, if you're familiar with Hong Kong, 1997 was when it was returned to China. And in that context, they came up with a policy is called one country and two systems. So it's totally one country, so Hong Kong is a part of China, Macau is part of China, but ultimately it's operating as two systems. So in China, crypto is banned. In Hong Kong, it is completely legal. And it's operating in this same format going forward. Now, in that context, Hong Kong has moved forward to make announcements inside of virtual asset trading platforms. And that was in March of this year. And they put out a consultation to say, hey, we are going to offer licenses, VAT-P licenses, to different platforms to offer not only institutional crypto, but also retail crypto. So that's opening up to the mass market this entire sector. And of course, a lot of people expressed interest inside of it. So SFC decided to issue the consultation. Fintech Association and many other market players provided feedback to that. And ultimately, they did issue the licenses, and they started to open it up to different platforms to apply. And folks like OKX, BTSC, even Binance, Huobi, KuCoin, so on and so forth, all expressed interest. What's very unique in this situation is that traditional finance also is interested in going into this space. So folks like DBS out of Singapore is also planning on applying for a license inside of Hong Kong to get exposure inside of virtual assets. Now, when we say from the licenses, they already started in July 1st, and they've already issued 2 different licenses, or 2 different parties have received licenses. One is called OSL, and the second one is called Hashkey. A third player called Hong Kong Virtual Asset Exchange has received a license in principle, i.e., what that means is they need to fulfill certain other requirements before they get a full license. So there's basically about 3 different platforms that are offering both institutional and also retail crypto or virtual asset access to the mass markets. And in that context, you think about it, for any regulator to make an announcement in October of last year, issue a consultation in March of this year, and start issuing licenses in July, it's actually very, very fast, quite efficient for a regulator in that sense. So, and the idea here is that ultimately what we will be doing is pushing forward in issuing more licenses inside of this space and giving more access to different products and propositions inside of Hong Kong for folks like coming from Korea, coming from Japan, coming from the US, coming from Europe to come and buy, sell, trade crypto there, whether you're in an institution or a retail player, right? Now, as I mentioned earlier, my second hat is as part of the Web3 task force. In Hong Kong, obviously, when we talk about Web3, there are a lot of different applications inside of Web3. It could run from healthcare to education to logistics and so forth. But inside of Hong Kong, it's very clear. Where they put the task force is under the financial secretary, which means Web3 in Hong Kong means financial services. So that will be the first problem to tackle inside of the space, inside of our space. And how do we push this forward is inside of sort of like a 3-prong approach inside of the space, right? So I'm one of 15 people inside of the task force. There are people that are, for example, Yat Su, who is the founder of Animoca Brands, if you've heard of them, is also inside of the task force. They're based out of Cyberport as well. The founder, Yong Hui, who is the founder of Certic, is also part of the task force. So they run a lot of smart contract auditing and so on and so forth. So there's a number of different people that are infrastructure and also market players that are inside of the task force to try to map out the entire roadmap or the milestones inside of the space. When we look at it, what is the critical advantage of Hong Kong from a market's perspective? You know, virtual assets. We're not even talking about compare and contrast. Of course, we just look at our sort of like the natural attributes of the city and the market, right? So the first thing is it's an international financial center and top 5 in that sense. Some of the key metrics inside of IFCs. First one is assets under management. And Hong Kong has somewhere around 4.5 to 5 trillion US dollars worth of assets under management. So it's a global wealth and asset center, right? So second thing is as far as licensed asset managers are concerned, there's over 2,000 in that space. And third is from a private equity perspective, we're only second inside of Asia to China in terms of the types of investments that we make in that. What does this mean? Essentially, if you follow the rule of thumb that 1% of your allocation should be inside of crypto, What's 1% of 4.5 to 5 trillion US dollars, right? Is allocation. When we talk about wealth management, when we talk about asset management, we talk about the portfolio, we talk about allocation. So there's a sizable allocation inside of this IFC that could be focused in on virtual assets. Second piece inside of IFC is as a capital markets, right? And so as of 2021, Hong Kong was number one in terms of IPOs 7 out of the 10 years globally. So it's got a very, very robust capital markets and infrastructure inside of that space. And when we talk about capital markets, that means distribution. How many other investors can participate inside of that space? That's number one. Number two is liquidity. Who else is inside of this space that can be on the other side of the trade? So IFC-wise, obviously wealth management, also capital markets, we have those types of strengths and we can leverage that strength going forward. The second thing is, and in many ways we are learning from Seoul, from Korea, is inside of the Arts and Cultural Center. I think Korea has done a fantastic job inside of this space on how to monetize and export the cultural aspects of Korea. And Hong Kong is replicating in many ways the same thing. We have created an Arts and Cultural Center on the west side of Kowloon. And what that is there's a couple of different museums that are the cornerstones of the Arts and Cultural Center. One is called M+, which is equivalent to the MoMA of Hong Kong. The second one is called the Palace Museum, the Hong Kong Palace Museum, which houses much of the traditional artifacts that come from China. And the idea here is that how can we start to leverage this type of art and culture inside of this Web3 space and leverage it for virtual assets? And that's also part of this plan. Now, last but not least is when we talk about the public and private support. Hong Kong has significant support both from the government and also from the private sector. And when we talk about the public sector, of course, I mentioned earlier is Cyberport, which is a big incubation program. They focus in on Fintech and also Web3 space. The second one is Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. They have more deep tech, more AI, more ML, more education, more healthcare spaces. But there's obviously Fintech inside of those different platforms as well. Of course, inside of this area, Fintech Association is also participating as the super connector inside of the space. But and also Invest Hong Kong, similar to what Seoul is also doing, Invest Seoul. I think we're looking at inbound and also outbound opportunities for everyone inside of the space. So there's a complementary cooperation between ourselves, between Invest Hong Kong and Invest Seoul that we can look at and explore further to develop that. But the most important one is inside of this private support. And a little bit of background on Animoca Brands. It's started out as a gaming program, a gaming platform, and developed a lot of different, just Web 2 type games. Subsequently, it started to do a lot of Web 3 like Sandbox and so forth. And now they have somewhere around 300 to 400 different portfolio companies inside of the Web 3 space. And so in that context, we look at the Web 3 hub or Web 3 center future go forward. Number one is leveraging our strength inside of IFC. Number two is our arts and cultural center capability set. And number three is really the public and private support that we can garner to bring all of these three elements together and build up this as a Web3 hub. So thank you very much for your time.
네, 세 분의 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for the presentations. And we would now like to engage in a panel discussion for 20 minutes.
진행의 편의상 제가 먼저 발표자분들
And I will first pose one question for our speakers. And then we will hear from our speakers, and then I will open up the floor for questions. So after, I'm sure that after the presentations, you may have questions and comments. So we will give you an opportunity to ask questions. And if we do have some more time remaining, I will pose some additional questions.
편의상 제가 외국 분에게는
Yes. So I will post my questions in English for our overseas participant.
So you had worked more than 2 decades as a market expert in Hong Kong. So most of all these audiences are from Korea and Koreans. So we have some wonders. What is the biggest thing and the significant things when you're raising your fintech ecosystem in Hong Kong? So you had mentioned about the HKSTP and the Cyberport. So what else is you can describe about your Hong Kong ecosystem?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks for that question. I think as far as the ecosystem is concerned, I think the government is obviously putting a lot of emphasis inside of this space. As I mentioned earlier inside of the discussion, we talked about the different ecosystems and the unicorns inside. We say there's about 20 different ones, but only 5 are fintechs. Now, for IFC, that's the size of a 4.5 trillion to 5 trillion US dollar IFC and a major capital markets, I think we wonder, what is the problem inside of this, right? It's almost like raising a child, right? Is the problem the school? Is it the teacher? Is it, you look at all of these different environments and you say, okay, well, how do we strengthen this capability set? So that's where we're looking at in terms of the people, the platforms, the capital that's inside of this space. And the government is making that type of initiative to try to develop that innovation. One is, as far as the concepts are concerned, incubation programs, right? So when you want new ideas, you want to have incubators. You have Cyberport, which basically has a very strong Web3 and also FinTech capability set. They give out checks for maybe about quarter 250 to 500K US dollars. And that's average. It can go up even higher to that. Hong Kong Science and Technology Park does all the way to about 3 million US dollars. So it's not small sums. Of course, they look at different profiles for that type of investment and so forth. So that's number one. Number two is that there's a lot of facilitation between the fintechs and also the incumbents. So what they have is global fast track programs where they marry up the different incumbent banks, insurers, finance, with the different fintechs to do POCs. And they develop the different problem statements, and then the fintechs propose, and then they marry those two up together, and then they deploy. So that's another thing from a product perspective that they're looking at. The third one is talking about talent. And of course, I think all of the different financial centers like Seoul, Singapore, Dubai, Japan, so on and so forth, all have the same issue in terms of trying to find that talent. And when we talk about FinTech, there's two complements or two skill sets that are needed, right? A lot of people just have the fin, but few have the tech. Some have the tech, but don't have the fin. It's very hard to find that combination. So that's where the challenge of resources and talent is coming. The second thing is there's very few that can bridge traditional finance and Web3. So how people understand, let's say, payments, lending, wealth, insurance, and how that works inside of a blockchain or inside of Web3, that's a very different set. So we're looking at that space specifically to attract that type of talent. And what the government has done is various visa programs. They have 100 universities that are like the top universities. If you're on the list, you will get a 2-year visa into Hong Kong without a job. You don't have to have a job for 2 years within 2 weeks. So it's very, very fast. So we're looking at a lot of attraction of talent through that. So number one is obviously from the different fintechs and marrying the TradeFi with them. The second thing is obviously the incubator programs. And the third one is all the talent programs that are trying to attract all of those people into the ecosystem. So that's really the focus of the area. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. 제가 이야기 들어보니까 그 이야기 중에서 비자
So let me summarize his answers. He has a very, Hong Kong has a very expedited visa program, so for talent attraction. so that many talents can come to Hong Kong and create jobs. I think this is a brilliant idea. Korea should benchmark that.
My second question now goes to Mr. Cha of Seoul Techno Holdings. You've mentioned that Seoul Techno Holdings is a TIPS operator and is focused on identifying promising companies. But I think that in identifying these promising companies, Seoul Techno Holdings may be able to differentiate itself from others. So could you maybe go into that? Thank you very much for that question. As was mentioned, we are a TIPS operator. There are about 100 TIPS operator, and we're one of them, but we're probably one of the most active ones. And about half of our invested companies are now currently being supported by the TIPS program of the government. And in identifying these promising firms, I think our differentiating factor has to do with our internal and external capabilities and the cooperation between the two. Internal capabilities include our research capabilities. We have the research professionals, we have the professors, the faculty of the university, and we have various programs to support their research programs. And then the external capability that we have is as follows. Of course, we do not only invest in companies that sprung up from SNU. We do have interest in any company from whichever academia it may be that have an excellent startup team, excellent technology and idea. And as you know, if we think about the team, the founding team, if we think about the economic situation, it's fastly changing, and for startups, market situation, the industry landscape, the dynamics, and especially for fintech, the regulatory dynamic are critical factors. And they also change quite quickly. So it's about how these companies can actually respond, and it's about resilience. It's about how they can overcome the challenges, all these changes. And we really need to look into the resilience of the founding team. And that's a core aspect that we would look into in selecting promising candidates. So once again, it's not just startups from SNU, but we collaborate with outside resources to identify these key companies together. So I want to mention that we have our internal strength of research, and we also have our external network that really helps us create that eye to select promising candidates and connect them with various growth schemes of the government. Yes, thank you very much. So as a TIPS operator, you've mentioned about the perspective that you have, and I'm sure that there are companies that are to apply for the TIPS program. So that's why I wanted to ask this question, and I hope that his response served your interest. And moving on to my question for Managing Director Ha.
So during your presentation, you mentioned that the Shinhan Financial Group wants to evolve from traditional banking, and then it is expanding or diversifying its business into various sectors, including food delivery. Can you tell us the reason and the impact or the purpose of doing that? Yes. I briefly mentioned that banks are taking up non-financial services as part of our SIF fund. I think some of you already know. We have launched food delivery service, which is similar to Paymin and Coupang Eats, in 2021 through financial regulation sandbox. Before it was banned, financial companies couldn't provide non-financial services. But we got a 2-year permit, and it can be extended for another 2 years. And if our request for financial regulation innovation is allowed, then there will be a more extension. So thanks to such sandbox deregulation, we started this food delivery service. One of the reasons is for ESG or the social benefit for small merchants. Right now, the other food delivery apps have higher commission fees. So small merchants and store owners, they can get benefits by using our application. And by launching a food delivery app, we can also acquire as a first party the new types of consumer data. For example, when after we launched 땡겨요 service, our SI fund made big investment in 생각대로, which is also another food delivery application. One of the purpose we did this is that we couldn't hire the delivery riders. That is why we formed a partnership with this company to recruit or hire the delivery riders. And another reason is that our banks has a special loan program tailored to the needs of delivery riders. So I think if you're interested in the fintech, then you may already know there is an alternative credit rating. Traditional credit rating just looked at the records of your repayment for the credit card loan and your past records of repayment of interest or loans. If you have the excellent past records, then you can get lower interest rates for your loans. But if you do not have higher ratings, then you have to loan the money from a second rate or a third rate financial institutes with much higher interest rate. So thin filers, those who do not have high credit ratings, they have behavior data, clear behavior data, how fast and how faithfully they completed their delivery works. So based on such data and by working with this company, even though they do not have excellent credit records, we looked at their work performances in the delivery sector, and then we had alternative credit ratings to extend the loans at a competitive rates to these people. Of course, the size is not so big, but by operating non-financial business, we were able to do the business with social contribution by expanding access to loans to traditionally underprivileged financial consumers. So, of course, providing non-financial services can be seen as infiltration or too much diversification by big businesses, but this is to expand access to thin filers, and by doing so, we are creating social benefits. Well, thank you. Now I'd like to open the floor for a Q&A session. We have one question.
So Hong Kong is famous for the financial hub, and we wonder how to raise the qualified finance professionals when it comes to the talent acquisition. So what sort of the government program do you have to raise up the professionals specialized in the finance area?
You mean how to track them, or you mean to? Sorry, say it again.
Any supporting program to educate qualified professionals?
Oh, to educate.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah. So actually, super interesting. Good question. I would say if you kind of look at Hong Kong, there's a couple of different things that are happening right now. So from an education perspective, even the universities now, I'm not sure about Korea or other locations, but at least in Hong Kong, what they started to do was fintech specialization or fintech concentrations. So you can actually graduate with a degree from fintech. Okay. The second thing is that they started to push a lot of the blockchain and Web3 contact, and they've developed programs in the universities for blockchain degrees. And then, of course, the third one, everyone is going into AI, and that's another specialization as well. So, if you talk about fintech, leveraging blockchain, leveraging AI, Web3, this space, Hong Kong is pushing forward aggressively inside of the institutions, the universities, to develop programs both as a bachelor to a master's to even PhD, okay? Now, besides that, what they do is they also have what's called upskilling programs, how to upskill the people, right? I mean, if you were studying marketing 10, 20 years ago, the 4 Ps do not apply anymore, right? You need to know how to do SEO and all this other things with like Google and so forth. So the same thing. I mean, there's no difference between that and what we're doing right now is how do we drive for digital, upskilling of the capability set. On top of that, when you talk about Web3, then they have all different types of programs that are fully government subsidized that white-collar professionals can take. And it could be something very general like a fintech specialization, or it could be specifically blockchain or AI related. Inside of this context, blockchain is a huge thing. So like I said, we're pushing a lot of Web3. And if you look at the different rankings, there's actually a university called Polytechnic University, which ranked #1 in terms of blockchain technology. So in terms of the programs and everything. So Hong Kong is very much encouraging both at the grassroots level to develop all the capabilities inside of fintech and also encouraging a lot of the existing people that are in finance to upskill to the next level. So.
Okay. So currently in Korea, it's very difficult to hire qualified fintech specialized workforces. So even in small-sized startups, it's very, very difficult. How about the situation in Hong Kong? So for the small-sized startups, you have almost the same situation in Korea?
Actually, it's quite easy. So I had my a Web3 startup as well. What we were doing is we deployed layer 1. So we forked Ethereum and we deployed it inside of China on the national infrastructure. But we hired people from China on Hong Kong visa, fast track visas. So Hong Kong understands. I think this is the biggest thing that Hong Kong government has realized. Before they said no, but now they say yes, because they said, we don't have a talent issue. But then once the business starts to pick up, then you realize, hey, I really cannot, I don't have the right people, I don't have the right skill sets, we need to start importing talent. So there's a huge push inside of the space to bring in foreign talent. And like I said, we're losing some talent because of what we had before was the COVID situation. We had lockdown and everything. A lot of people actually left, but some of them are coming back. And then net new people are coming in because we need to, of course, there's probably about 150 to 200 Web3 companies that are lined up to come into Hong Kong because of the licensing regime. So, and that goes across the board for people that are applying for licenses. But when you think about the people that are applying for licenses, you need the infrastructure around the license applicants to do KYC, to do AML, to do all types of other non-crucial or non-core business for those platforms. And those are the companies that are coming in. And that's where we see a lot of other growth in terms of talent into the ecosystem.
Thank you. 그다음에 또 유튜브에서 질문이 들어왔네요.
Yes, thank you very much. We have a question coming in from YouTube. So this question goes to Ms. Ta and Mr. Cha. Recently, while we've talked about the cold spell in the investment environment, and not only in the fintech industry, but across all industries, it's true that we're seeing dwindling investments. So in the case of Shinhan Venture Investment and Seoul Techno Holdings, how do you read this trend? And going forward, including the fintech industry, what kind of investments do you have planned out right now? So first, I would like to ask Ms. Ha to answer this question.
Back in 2021, the ecosystem has peaked, and after that, investment has waned, and the phase has also passed. The trend continued until the first half of this year, but right now, in the startup community and ecosystem, as of now, the wind is blowing in once again. I think this is the unique point of Korea's investment environment. Startup investment, startup ecosystem, and venture capital, they are heavily influenced by the fund of funds, the government or sovereign fund. So the ecosystem was very vigorous thanks to the government support. And the Ministry of Finance and the Economy recently announced that the budget for this startup fund will be increased 40% compared to this year, including big tech companies and other tech companies. So for tech companies, there will be a large-scale government fund supporting these tech companies. Several trillions of Korean won-sized funds. And then the private fund, they will get government subsidy or grants to give more investment in startup companies. So since the government has decided to increase its budget for startup investment, now the harshest period has already passed, and the investment will increase one more time.
I'll have to agree, especially if we think about fintech companies and deep tech companies where we mostly invest in. In this down cycle, we've been seeing platform companies that really suffered. But I think that for deep tech and fintech companies, it's a good opportunity as an investor because it actually helps us source better deals. And right now, we're looking into not only early stage companies, but also companies that need bridge financing, and we're contacting these candidates, and it's actually serving as an opportunity for us to diversify our portfolio. So I believe that for key and quality startups, it could be a good opportunity to source further investments. Yes, if you look at venture investments from January to May, then VC investments amounted to 3.7 trillion won, but from January to May of this year, it was about 1.7 trillion. So in other words, we've been seeing a drop by 54% versus last year, and I'm sure that interest rates had an impact, and it's overall contracting the ecosystem, unfortunately. But going forward, starting from next year, I think that we'll be seeing the mother funds increasing in size. So I think that there's more to expect going forward, some more good news. And the government has also announced its plan to put together a 1 trillion won fintech fund. And Seoul also has a Seoul Vision 2030 fund of 5 trillion won. AI, robots, bio is a key growth engine of Seoul, but fintech is also included as the future growth engine. And we believe that in the run up to 2026, there will be a lot of good investment opportunities coming from this fund of 5 trillion of Seoul Metropolitan government. I believe that there may be some questions from the floor, so if you do, please raise your hand. No questions from the floor. I believe that the presentations were perfect. I guess there are no questions. Any more time remaining? Well then, moving on to Mr. Tan.
In Korea, the fintech industry, the segment-wise payment and the settlement is the largest portion, and the others goes to the wealth management, P2P, corporate banking. So how about the market landscape in Hong Kong?
Yeah, I think depends on the perspective that you talk about market sizing, right? So I think if you talk about user base and so forth, of course, payments will always be number one because that's the most basic ingredient in terms of fintech. But having said that, you look at things like lending, wealth, insurance. Those are like the big three buckets. When I was at HSBC, I looked at all four of those. We were focused more on embedded finance. So ultimately, how do we embed that type of journey in a non-typical platform? non-banking, like an NBFI. I don't know if that's a terminology that you guys have here. Non-banking financial institution, NBFI. And that could be education platforms, it could be e-commerce platforms, it could be healthcare platforms. And ultimately, you want to be able to offer that financial service at the time of need. So if someone is going to study overseas, they need insurance. And that's when you hit them with the insurance proposition, right? So I would say payments is always going to be number one in terms of size and scale and users and so forth. But in Hong Kong, we also have 8 different virtual banks that are offering lending type products. So some of it's to individuals, some of it's to SMEs and so forth. But more and more you're seeing this emergence of wealth tech. So inside of Hong Kong, we have robo-advisors like Acumen. We also have some of the Singaporean imports starting to come into Hong Kong. So companies, if you've ever heard of them, Stashaway is one, and Dowis is another one, Crystal AI is another one, Sife is another one. All of them are all robo-advisors offering different products and platforms and different propositions, right? So some of them are giving you rebates for trailer fees or 0 fee, just like Robinhood, no difference. But then ultimately, the last one is more on this insurance space. And Hong Kong is pushing very much inside of this area to develop general insurance. So you have people that are buying, of course, you have travel insurance, but people can buy, let's say I decide to go hiking, tomorrow morning, I buy insurance just for that hike, right? Or I get to buy, insurance for my dog. I have a dog, a Belgian Malinois. But, you have all different types of insurance. You can insure for typhoon insurance, right? So you say, okay, well, I'm going to have a birthday party tomorrow, and I want to insure against typhoon insurance because I paid for the birthday party already, right? So they have all different types of propositions that are developing in that space. And I think ultimately, size and scale depends on the number of users, but also when you're looking at it from a banking perspective, you're looking at it from an income, from a size of the revenue opportunity, and also the amount of income that you will develop from that, right? So it just really depends on what perspective that you're looking at that space for.
Okay, thank you. 예, 시간이
Yes, thank you very much. I believe time is up. And through this panel discussion, I truly hope that you've gained insight on the trend of fintech and also particularly information on the fintech industry of Hong Kong. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
네, 다시 한번
Yes, thank you very much. Once again, a big round of applause for session 2. Moderator, speakers, thank you very much.
For the engaging discussions. 네, 감사합니다. 이것으로 두 번째 세션을 마무리하도록
Thank you. This concludes session 2, and we will now take a 10-minute break,
세 번째 마지막 세션을
and we will move on to session 3 in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you back in 10 minutes for session 3. Thank you.
네, 이제 곧 이어서 바로 세 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 아직 입장하지 않으신 분들께서는
We will proceed with session 3. Please come inside and take your seats. In session 3 as well, we are joined by 2 speakers from overseas. So if you need interpretation service, please use the interpretation receiver or which can be taken up at the desk in front of the coffee truck. Now, we will begin the last session, session 3, Fintech in the World, Regional Growth Trends and Vision. And we have 2 presentations for session 3. Moderator for session 3 is Lee Jong-do, Expert Advisor of Financial Innovation Division of Korea Institute of Finance. He has graduated from Indiana University Law School with a doctorate degree in law, and then he got the admission to New York State Bar. He is right now Expert Advisor for Fintech financial innovation to Korea Fintech sector. Please give a big hand. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Lee Jong-do, the Expert Advisor of Financial Innovation Division of Korea Institute of Finance. This session has topic of fintech in the world, regional growth plans and vision, and we have two presentations for session 3. We'll first hear from a Singaporean speaker. Singapore is the gateway of the Southeast Asian fintech market, and then we will also hear the Japanese case, which Japanese making a rapid development recently in the fintech area. And this will be a very valuable time to think about the lessons that we can learn from these two countries. Each speaker has 15 minutes, and after that we will have 20-minute discussion session. If you have any questions, you can ask those questions during the panel discussion session. Now, let me invite the first speaker, Honorary Secretary of Singapore Fintech Association and CEO of Senosys Solutions, Chien-Kee Cheong. Chien-Kee Cheong is the Honorary Secretary of Singapore Fintech Association, and he is also the CEO of one of the top 100 tech company, which is the most innovative companies in the world, Senosys Solution. He will give us a presentation under the topic of building fintech ecosystem in Singapore. You have the floor.
안녕하세요. That's the only Korean that I know. So I'll deliver my speech in English. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your invitation for me to share with you how to build fintech ecosystem in Singapore. As I have been introduced, my name is Chai Kit, and I'm the Secretary of the Singapore Fintech Association. I run my own startup company called Synopsys Solutions. It's not exactly a startup anymore, it's more like a scale-up because we've been in operation since 2014 in the RegTech space, regulatory technology. So today I'm going to talk about building fintech ecosystem in Singapore and how we have been doing it and how we intend to do it in the future as well. It's no surprise, geographically, Singapore is in the heart of ASEAN, right? The ASEAN markets span across 10 different countries, have about 655 million people, 460 million internet users, and so on and so forth, right? The statistics are there. So where we sit in Singapore is at the heart of a very, very exciting growth story in ASEAN. You know, you're talking about the growth in Indonesia, the growth in Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, and some of the frontier markets in the region. And that's very exciting because the population is very young and they are getting very, very tech savvy. Singapore as a global hub, and this is a vision, and we continue to want to reach towards that vision of cementing our position as a global hub, not just on the financial side, but also as a fintech side. Now, what are the hubs, or I think the key attributes that we have at the moment that we think that we're able to have that position of a global fintech hub? Now, I won't go through every single one of these, but having a strong technological capability is certainly one, highly educated population, workforce. We've got about 5 million people. Singapore, if you have not been to Singapore, the size of Singapore is about 730 square kilometer. So I think it's slightly bigger than Seoul, right? And we're very, very densely populated. And a lot of people are relying on technology. The government have got a lot of initiative, which I'll share in a minute, about digitizing the entire nation. All right. So vibrant innovation hub, And more importantly, as I think have been said in previous presentations today, in order to be a fintech hub, you need to have a pretty strong and robust financial center. I think that, in my view, that's a given. So Singapore's position as one of the top financial center in the world enables it to actually grow its fintech ecosystem collaboratively together with the trade finance sector that has been there for a number of years. And we talk about talent as well. Like I said, Singapore has about 5 million people, and of which half of it is actually homegrown, born and bred Singaporeans, and of which the other half is actually foreigners coming in potentially as new citizens or as permanent residents or as work pass holders. Now, we are similar to a lot of jurisdictions. We have a shortage of manpower. We have a shortage of talent. So I'll talk a little bit about how we have in Singapore tried to address the lack of talent later on. So last but not least, I'll touch a little bit about the strong regulatory framework that we have that enables us to become or to be a global fintech hub. I won't go into all of these, but at a very high level, the fintech ecosystem toolkit that we have built over the years primarily is driven by the regulator, Monetary Authority of Singapore, MAS in short. Now, if you see from the right-hand side, a number of the projects, right? I can't flash it over here, but anyway, the Project Ubin, Project Veritas, Project Guardian, the Green Print, and Project Orchid. These are projects that is initiated by the MAS, and participated very, very heavily by the industry, the traditional players as well as the new players, including the fintech players. And from these projects, then it evolved into something that you can deploy into the market and go into production. So that's what we've been doing. And on top of that, the regulators have also created this concept of regulatory sandboxes, which allows the testings of new ideas, new offerings in a safe environment that doesn't hit the mass market at the beginning. So these are some of the things that we've done that enables ourselves to become a global fintech hub. But last but not least, I think we shouldn't miss out that point that our regulators or our financial regulators puts the money where the mouth is. Right? It's no point saying that I want to be a global fintech hub, but no funding goes into it. Right? Oh, let's collaborate, let's co-create, but nothing is being done to fund some of these activities. So in Singapore, the regulators have issued, or the government have budgeted quite a fair bit of money. For example, over here you can see that there are $250 million grant that is being put for the market to apply in order for them to innovate and get into the fintech or regulatory technology space to make their regulatory outcomes better. Now, pushing on very quickly, some statistics that you can see. Singapore continues to have the largest number of fintech firms in the region. By region, I mean the ASEAN region. As of last year, we have about 1,500 fintech companies in Singapore, as compared to some of the other countries in the region. Now, the rise of fintech in Singapore takes different phases, and obviously it has only started at the beginning in 2015 with the inception of the Singapore Fintech Industry Innovation and Experimentation, which we call in short Financial Sector and Innovation Scheme. Again, is funded by the government, and setting up of the Fintech Office in the MAS, as well as the launch of the regulatory sandbox back then. And last but not least, the inaugural Singapore Fintech Festival that started in 2015. Now, can I have a show of hands? How many people have been to the Singapore Fintech Festival over the years? 1, 2. I would encourage you to come, because that is actually, we call it the most impactful fintech event in the world, because it typically, historically, over the last several years, it attracted there are about 50 to 60,000 attendees during a week. So it's a massive, massive event. So, and I think Korea Fintech associations have also taken up booths with this, or pavilions with the SFF in this coming November, 15th to the 17th. So please come. Then in the phase 2 sessions, we actually move on to what we call Go Global. And phase 3, from startup to scale up, but unfortunately everyone is hit with COVID pandemic, and that also give the government more chance to actually put more money, more grants, more support programs to ensure that the ecosystem doesn't just collapse because people are running out of business. Now, I think where we are at right now, phase 4, Singapore persevere as a pandemic rocks the world, and we're starting to look into other things like ESG, AI, embedded finance, for example, and now we're at phase 5. That's where we wanna go in the future. Some high-level trends that I'll just touch on. I won't go into all the details. Regulation still stands at the heart and center of how we want to build our fintech ecosystem. Now, yes, we want some level of experiments, but you cannot experiment without consequence. So there will, which is within the sandbox itself, less consequence. But beyond that, regulation have to be in place and have to be forward-looking and proactive. That's what I think makes Singapore a little bit unique, because there's lots of consultation. Before our regulators issues the regulation, there's plenty of regulatory consult, closed-door consult, pre-public consult that goes into ensuring that the consultation paper that is issued it doesn't go off track with everybody, right? And that's often what we see in some jurisdictions. So we want to make sure that that's heart and center, set our rules right, and tweak the rules accordingly from there. So money laundering, anti-money laundering, digital assets, and so on and so forth are some of the examples of the regulation. Now, pushing on, AI is obviously one of the key areas, and I think generative AI is going to potentially quite revolutionarily change the way we do our business anywhere, not just financial sector, but throughout our normal lives as well. So, but it has got potential for abuse and potential for biasness. So in Singapore, the MAS have also come up with this concept or the principles of responsible AI, which we call the FEAT, F-E-A-T, FEAT principle, which stands for fairness, ethics, accountability, and transparency. Right. So these are the principles that will guide financial institutions or fintech companies applying AIs to their services to consumers or to corporates. Now, a few things that are up and coming as well. Green sustainability, ESG is a given. Tokenization of real-world assets is taking quite a bit of a storm in Singapore. There's plenty of physical assets, real-world assets that are being tokenized, and these are being regulated by the MAS. And the tokenized items can actually be then traded on the secondary market that is regulated, right? Now, at SFA, or in SFA, we do a few things. We advocate, we collaborate, we connect. So on a monthly basis, we actually interact directly with the MAS folks to talk about trends that we see, and they share with us the trends that they see, the things that we want to work together. So it's a very, very collaborative relationship we have with the regulator from an SFA perspective. Right, so we do that quite a lot in order to build the trust between the regulator and the community ecosystem builder. Advocacy is key tenet. We also advocate with the regulator what the industry wants, what the industry would like to see. But our regulators tends to also be quite proactive, and they do hear things from the market, and they do know what the market wants as well. Now, I won't go into a lot of the details on the 10 different subcommittees that we have within Singapore Fintech Associations. So if you think about some of those terms in the middle of the 10 subcoms, you have the verticals of the fintech providers that are sort of providing financial services, your wealth tech, your insurtech, your digital financing, payments, your remittance, as well as your Web3. Right, those are the verticals that may be providing some form of financial services. Now, your horizontal verticals of the subcommittees that we have will be your RegTech, which is the business that I'm in as well, your Women in Fintech, your Green and Sustainability, as well as Cyber Risk, which can cut across all different verticals of fintech providers, as well as the traditional finance people. So I think we organize it in this way so that there can be a lot of opportunity for people in the insurtech to interact with other verticals without having different silos of subcommittees, if you know what I mean. So that actually helps us become a little bit more successful. And we've also got a lot of MOUs with the regional jurisdictions like the ASEAN FinTech movement. And as I said, talent lies at the heart of the FinTech ecosystem. Now, it takes a village to raise a child, right? So, and the child, we're talking about the people. Ultimately, it's a people thing. The technology doesn't provide the service. It's the people using the technology to provide the service. So, we've created this thing called the FinTech Youth Chapter. We work with tertiary institutions to grow the FinTech talent up there, as well as we work with mid-career conversion people who wants to enter the fintech ecosystem or fintech sector and build a career there from other sectors. So we have career conversion programs as such, connecting people through our hub. That's pretty standard. We've got about 800 corporate members, more than 8,000 individual members. And all these members are paid memberships. So we're not for profit, but we need to sustain. And we've done a number of mission trips for the ecosystem. And just last month, I think we came to Korea. We came to Seoul on a mission trip as well. We brought companies from Singapore, to visit some of these different jurisdictions. So last but not least, as I've mentioned earlier on, FinTech Festival is the most impactful FinTech event in the world. And this is where we believe that growing the FinTech ecosystem necessitates every participant in the ecosystem anywhere in the world to come together and co-create, right? And mix and talk to each other, bounce ideas off each other, within the 6 halls of the expo area. And I think that's what makes us quite successful. Also brings in the tourism money as well. All right, so I think that's all I will say, and I hope that's been useful. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 발표 감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Singapore and how it's a global hub and all of the advantages and the future plans. Thank you very much for that presentation. I can see that Seoul also has great potential if we look at the case of Singapore. Thank you very much. And also we saw the pictures from Singapore FinTech Festival, and I hope that Seoul FinTech Festival also grows into that comparable to SFF. I'm sure that you may have many questions for our speakers, but please hold on to your questions until the panel discussion.
두 번째 발표는
Second presentation has this topic of evolution of fintech ecosystem in Japan. The second presentation will be delivered by co-founder of Finnovators, which is a mentor group for fintech companies, Makoto Shibata. Mr. Makoto Shibata has received a master's degree in development economics from Oxford, and he has expertise in online mobile financial services, R&D. And he's also an independent director of UI Bank, a neobank in Japan. Now let me invite Mr. Shibata to the podium.
안녕하세요. But my Korean stops here. And I've been visiting Korea for more than 10 times, but my vocabulary doesn't expand beyond food like kakteki, kuppa, bibimba, all these food dishes. And I would like to touch upon the evolution of fintech ecosystem in Japan. And firstly, I would like to touch upon three trends that emphasize the importance of fintech in Japan. Firstly, Japan is suffering from long life. I mean, the population declining has started in Japan. I think it's a similar situation in Korea. And also another thing is that we are now trying to move into cashless society. And learning from Koreans' experience in the past, I think we are trying to work hard to move into a cashless society. And another area the government is trying to emphasize is the shift of bank deposit into investment area. There are a huge amount of money in the bank account, but very few of them are utilized in investment area. So the government is now trying to put that into a big emphasis. So I would like to go into the fintech situation in Japan. And after Singapore, I don't claim that Japan is a top fintech hub in the world, but we are making a big effort to improve our presence as a global fintech hub. And especially we have big potential because the financial market in Japan is very big. And as I mentioned, the household asset is huge and very little share of that is used in the investment area. But still our stock exchange has a sizable operation. And current status of fintech is something like this. There are like 500 plus startups. I heard that in Korea there are like 600 plus, so we're a bit behind, and maybe Singapore has more than 1,000. And in 2022 we had like 700 million US dollar equivalent of investment. And we have a lot of financial institution which needs fintech support. And also there are a lot of innovation labs. So that would be a potential for us to innovate in financial service area as well. Oops. Okay. And for major stakeholders in Japan, we have seen that public sector, our regulators, has been quite active to support the fintech ecosystem to grow. And also legal experts are quite active as well. And of course, startups are coming into a fintech area. And also investors are now trying to look at fintech area as one of their focus area. And also some of the academic institutions are starting to have a fintech course or some of the joint research program for fintech area. And of course, financial institutions, traditionally they were quite conservative to modernize their digital infrastructure, but now they are quite keen to introduce new technology, and they are turning to fintech startups to speed up their digitalization process. And especially if we look at our regulator, Financial Service Agency, they have been quite active to create the program to support international financial players to come into Japan. So in the past, they were very exclusive, but now they are trying to set up a support desk to answer many questions in English. And some of the financial license can be applied with English. which is a big change in Japan. And also Tokyo Metropolitan government, similar to Seoul Metropolitan government, are quite keen to promote financial players from outside of Japan to enter Japan. And they've been creating what they call the financial one-stop support service. And they are giving some of the subsidy to enter Japan market. And this shows investment increase in Japan. Maybe for this year, 2023, we would see some decline from last year as a result of slow investment in major markets like US. But still, we see the investment money is there. The appetite for especially a corporate venture capital is still there. So we see the opportunity are still moving on. And we see that in Japan, there are very few disruptors who are trying to disrupt the existing financial services through emerging technology. And we see more collaboration between the startups and incumbents, large financial institutions taking place in areas like deposit investment or payments or credit and others, and also in new areas like Web3 or sustainable finance. We've seen some new startups coming in. And also one feature of Japanese fintech ecosystem is that we have seen many communities formed in order to expand the fintech ecosystem. Here in Korea, we've seen many communities coming up, but it's similar in Japan. And there are some of the startup-oriented community, and there are some financial institution originated community, and there are certain overlaps and collaborations happening between these two groups. And especially these communities are located in the central Tokyo, maybe like within 5 kilometers radius of central Tokyo, which makes it quite easy for people to communicate and move around. And I would like to touch upon my Finolab, which is one of the community, and maybe it is a good way to explain how the community in Japan is expanding. So we started from 2016, and we have now like 500 individual members with 55 startup companies in fintech area, and also 25 corporates, mainly large financial institution, and also some of the industry group as well. And also our regulator, Financial Service Agency, has joined as a member from 2 years ago, which shows the sign that regulators are becoming quite aggressive to communicate with startup community. And this shows the growth of the number. When we started in 2016, we started from scratch, but now we have major increase in the area that we occupy and the people who's a member of ours, and also the number of startups. And this shows the startup members. And among 55 startup members, there are 4 of them from Korea. So the Korean startups is Aizen and Moin and Coffee House and Hyperism. And we are getting more and more inquiries from Korean startups. So we hope to see Korean startups more which would enter Japan market, and we can help in one way or another. And we recently signed the friendship agreement with Seoul Fintech Lab, which has a stand over there. And they've been quite helpful in introducing some of the startups to Japan. And also we have corporate members, and they are largely financial institution in banking or insurance or investment areas, and some of the technology companies or credit card companies are also a member of ours. And they are trying to work with the startup companies to pursue their open innovation initiatives. And we are trying to facilitate their creation of a new business. And we've been chosen as one of the top 10 APAC innovation labs, and I think we've been working on this for a while, which would lead to this recognition. And lastly, I would like to touch upon the pitch contest that we've been running. This FinoPitch, formerly known as a Financial Innovation Business Conference, FIBC, it's been running more than 10 years. We started from 2012, and more than 200 companies have gone through, and among them, 8 of them have gone public. They've IPO'd, so it shows that it's a good starting point. And also we have competition for international startups. This March we had participants from 10 different companies, and three of the finalists are from Korea. So I would urge you, if you are a startup and thinking of coming to Japan, this will be a good opportunity. And this is the explanation of this. And the final demo day will be in next March. And I brought the brochure or the card for this, so if any of you are interested in, I can give it later. Okay, so that is the conclusion. And I think Japan and Korea is somewhat similar in terms of having its own language and own culture. So I think Japan and Korea both have a healthy growth of fintech in domestic market, but still the members or fintech startups are still struggling to move into the global market. And I think we can compete, but I think we can collaborate in one way or another to share our experience and also to enter into other parts of the world. And I think places like Singapore, they are quite active in pursuing their international activities. And maybe this Singapore FinTech Festival is a good opportunity. But I hope more international people will come to Seoul or Tokyo to learn about the fintech situation. Thank you very much.
네, 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for the great presentation. Please give another round of applause to Mr. Shibata for his great presentation. He said he visited Korea more than 10 times, and that is why he just knows where we are so interested in and where we have strong curiosity. That is why he gave us the essential information when we try to reach out or venture out to the Japanese market. And the FinoPitch can be a valuable opportunity for Korean startups who wants to enter the Japanese market. Thank you so much for the great presentation. In this session, we have invited the Kookmin University Professor Ha Jung-yun as a panelist. She is also a judge at the Financial Supervisory Committee. So let me start panel discussion. First, we'd like to hear from Professor Heo Jung-il what she thinks about the two presentations.
Yes, good afternoon. I am Chung Yoon Ho. Thank you very much for the two presentations. And my take was that all fintech companies have been really doing their best to expand their horizon with other partners based on government support. And there were actually two same keywords of global expansion and scale up. So when you think about global expansion, I think that the two speakers have mentioned Fintech Festival and Pitch. So you can see that it's about overseas companies coming to Japan or Singapore to present and to lay root in the society. So in that aspect, I would like to ask two questions, one each for our speakers, if you would allow me. So first, I would like to ask my question to our speaker from Singapore. And the key characteristic of fintech in Singapore is, as mentioned, it's a global fintech hub. This is a main characteristic. And if you think about the Fintech Festival, this SFF, I think plays a pivotal role in the growth of fintech. And in your presentation, you've mentioned that it's really great to pay a visit to. So I'm sure that there are many Korean fintech companies that are interested in SFF. So what kind of benefits would they be able to enjoy if they take part in SFF? Is my first question to you.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Does it work? Okay. Hi, thanks Uni for the question. I think as I said earlier on, SFF has been a phenomenon across the world because of the sheer number of quality participants, be it investors, be it entrepreneurs or regulators or government agencies, academias, and various sorts of people coming together for a week and to be able to meet each other, and as well as visit a huge number of booths that are set up by Singapore fintech companies, as well as other fintech companies around the world. So it's actually like a melting pot. If you think about it, that obviously is the good starting point. But life of fintech is not about events alone, right? I mean, you can do an event, you get the contacts, you get the leads, and then you start to follow up what next. So what we've been doing in Singapore, and I think this applies to not just Singapore startups, homegrown startups, or as well as overseas startups like Korean startups or Japanese startup coming into Singapore, is that the government, as an example, MAS is very serious about, I'm just give you an example, the regulatory technology grant that I talked about. Now, that basically segments the grant. The grant total amount is about $250 million Singapore dollars, which is about maybe 200 million US dollars. Now, that is a grant that can be applied by financial institutions or even regulated fintech companies that when they work with RegTech providers who is also defined within fintech ecosystem in Singapore, to co-create certain products, certain solutions to solve certain regulatory problems, then the government pays for up to 70% of the costs of that project, which is actually very good because it means that it takes a bit of the risk, because the problem with fintech solutions sometimes where they work with the larger institution is that, yeah, people can do the POCs, people can do the labs and all that, but it may not be deployed into production. That's the reality. And so in order for it to become a deployed solutions, so the grant will then obviously set KPIs and milestones for the institutions where such projects has been approved. You do need to show that it has actually met its KPIs that what it set out to do, and that means including the deployment. So for Korean startups that's coming into Singapore to collaborate with Singapore financial institutions, then that is one route. So I'll just keep it short, but one more point that I would like to mention is that when we talk about fintech growth, I think you do need to think about cross-pollination. Now, cross-pollination does not necessarily mean that it's fintech companies from Korea coming to Singapore, for example. It's also Singapore companies going into Korea, right? So it has to have that cross-pollination element in order for trade to make sense. So as an example, digital economy agreement that is signed between Singapore and Korea was concluded actually January 2023, allows for both countries to collaborate a lot more on the digital economy framework, which will also include fintech.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. So you've mentioned about this cross-pollination exchange, most important between the two countries. Thank you very much. And I have another question, slightly different for Mr. Shibata.
So during your presentation, you also mentioned the Fino pitch, and what was impressive is if foreign companies start their businesses, there are many government supports. But in the case of Japan, it has its unique culture, so it was rather belated for cashless society, but it has made fast progress, and many global companies in many countries, including Korea, have deep interest in the Japanese market. However, regulation and culture, because of that, cross-border attempt is not easy in the Japanese market. And for Korean fintech companies interested in the Japanese market, can you give some advice about the unique characteristics of the Japanese market?
Right. So if you can think that if any of the foreign companies are coming into Korean market, it's something similar in Japan, having a unique culture in unique language. And of course, there are many differences from Korea and Japan, especially in terms of cashless society is slightly lagged in Japan. And it's interesting that the Japanese society is quite unique in the sense that people like new technology, but some of them are rather conservative to stick to the old style of having cash or having a bank account, not going into investment. So I think it's important to understand the whole structure of the Japanese culture and also regulatory scheme. And now regulatory authority in Japan is trying to communicate with foreign startups as well as domestic startups. So it is a good opportunity for you to get in touch and find out what is the regulatory hurdle that you would face. And also, if you contact the financial institution in Japan, it might take some time for these large financial institutions to make decision. So you need to be patient. But now also the financial institution is changing so that they are trying to work with startups. So I think Japan is now in the middle of shift from old society to digital society. And if you can find the sweet spot in that transition, I think you would have a good business opportunity.
네, 답변 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for the answer.
And I want to mention what was quite inspiring was that startups cannot just be successful alone. There's regulation, there's the support from the industries, and you need the support from the communities. There's a lot that's required. So in that aspect, in the case of Singapore, of course, we have AISG, the AI Singapore program, and I know that there are many programs, and there's also the 100 experiment program, and also in the area of ESG. You can see that there still isn't a very strong link between ESG and finance, but there's still active support by the Singaporean government. So you've mentioned about the importance of an ecosystem. So the Singapore fintech ecosystem, what are the key characteristics of the ecosystem? I think that you've mentioned collaboration is one, but could you maybe give us some more information on the ecosystem of Singapore's fintech?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. I think fintech as it is complicated enough because we talk about the various verticals within fintech earlier on, and when ESG came to the center of attention, with COP26, COP27, and Paris agreements and all that on greening of finance. So that obviously caught the regulators' attention quite a fair bit over the last several years. And that means that there is a need for financial institutions to be ready for the slew of requirements that is going to hit everyone everywhere in the world on ESG compliance standards, right? So that means that from an ecosystem perspective for SFA itself, we then created this subcommittee that comprises ESG, the startup providers, that people that digest and computes carbon credits and some of these other carbon emissions and all that reporting requirements, and that it's a big win because it means that out of the blue, where the big players are dealing with the complexity of ESG compliance, there are actually solutions out there in the market where we can actually showcase these solutions to the traditional players. Now that's obviously one, and I think you mentioned about AI Singapore. Now it's a program, again, it's funded by the government, and it's not just limited to fintech sector. It's any sector that uses AI, wants to experiment AI, but doesn't really have the technical know-how or the resource of data scientists and all that, where the AI Singapore outfit work with the universities, and worked with potential project sponsors like proper, corporations and need not be financial sector to actually co-create solutions and then be deployed into their organizations as a efficiency gain, for example, or more effective outcomes of the requirements. So those are some of the examples that we've done in Singapore. And again, AI is a very big thing, and we're still at a very early stage, and then we now talk about generative AI, ChatGPT and all that. So I think the future of digital transformation, yes, technology plays an important part, but I would suggest that we do not put the cart in front of the horse, because if it's in a carriage, the horse is behind the cart, then nothing move forward. You got to make sure that the horse is in front of the cart. Then the whole thing can move ahead into the future. So yes, don't put technology in front, but don't have technology falling too far away, because it still need to move forward with regulations and with the people that needs to carry out the activities, be it financial services or otherwise.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. In some sense, we can see that there are companies that are not used to technology, but in order for them to actually use technology and to make sure that technology is not at the lead, but to make sure that the service and the human being is at the lead, the ecosystem actually provides support to make this possible. So my next question goes to Mr. Shibata.
So the fintech companies in Japan, you gave us information by sector, but what about insurance or non-financial sectors, the other areas? And the modeling services in non-financial sectors is very active in Korea. So can you give some success cases in those sectors when it comes to the Japanese fintech players or the Japanese fintech players that go out to the global market?
Yes, thank you for asking that. So insurance sector was a bit late to participate in technology competition. I think the banking industry started earlier, but now many of the insurance companies are trying to invest into what they call insurtech areas. And one of the features is that they are trying to utilize data more efficiently or effectively. And we are looking at the usage of what they call the alternative data, not the financial data which conventional insurance company would utilize. For example, now some of the insurance company in Japan are trying to utilize the satellite data in order to make sure that their insurance payment when any natural disaster happened would be quicker than the past. So in the past, if things like earthquake or major typhoon comes to certain area, these financial institution or insurance company had to send massive group of people to make evaluation which area was mainly hit. But now with the satellite image, they can initially make focus on certain areas that had seriously hit. Then they can send a small group of people there to evaluate the actual damage. This kind of usage of new data and also using AI to analyze that data made the process of insurance business quite different from the past. And I think this kind of changes are going on at one side. But at the same time, these insurance companies are still struggling to modernize their sales channel because they are heavily dependent on a human salesperson. So I think these two different things are going on at the same time.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 한국의
Thank you so much for that answer. In the Korean insurance sector as well, we are highly dependent on the people for sales, but we are also leveraging my data with a combination of financial and non-financial data, or we are also using satellite data. And he shared a very good success case of Japan in the insurance sector and insurtech. I have other questions in my mind, but I think that those people in the floor have some questions, so I'd like to hand over the microphone to the moderator here. Yes, thank you. Since you are working as the member of the FSS Innovation Committee, you've asked many insightful questions, and out of the answers, I was so impressed that the Fintech event should not be stopped with just the event, and it has to generate a very specific business model. That was very impressive. And the Fintech event is not just a channel to go out in overseas, it is a channel to promote collaboration. That was impressive. This seminar is streamed on a YouTube channel, and before opening the floor for questions, I'd like to deal with or cover some questions that we received from the YouTube channel. The first question goes to Mr. Shibata, and followed by a question to Chie-King. I first ask question to Mr. Chie-King.
연사님 답변 중에
So the speaker have mentioned, so it's important for Korean startups to actually make inroads into the Singapore market. And there are many Korean companies that are actually going to Singapore. So I would like to does also Singapore SFA also has a lot of needs to actually cooperate with Seoul startup companies, and I would also like to understand whether you want many Korean startups to take part in the digital transformation in place in Singapore. And there are a lot of open innovation taking place amongst large companies and SMEs in Korea. In Singapore, I would like to understand, do we also see non-financial companies, large and small, cooperating with fintech companies?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think there's one thing that we are doing in SFA, which we call it Beyond Fintech, right? So it's an initiative that we've started with this new exco that I'm in, that we want to make sure that fintech does not exist on its own. It does not operate in a vacuum, and it should not operate in a vacuum, because there are fintech services that can be applied to other industry, other sector, and be it the small medium enterprise, in Singapore, for example, that may be using fintech services for payments, for e-commerce, for all sorts of potential data analytics and all that. So there will definitely be, there is already applications that's being used at the moment as we speak. And whether or not it comes from Korea, it comes from Japan, Singapore is Singapore is a city state. We don't have natural resources. We're very limited people, and we thrive on import and export. That's the traditional trade that we do. And so, anybody with an ability or have got an idea that you think that is going to benefit us and benefit you, be it just coming into Singapore and using Singapore as a launching pad into the rest of ASEAN market, I think that's what a lot of companies, be it in the financial sector or be it in other sector, is concerned, pharmaceutical and all that, they tend to use Singapore as the regional hub. And that's what we thrived quite a fair bit over the last several decades. It's just that fintech is technology is obviously the powering source, driving into the digital economy vision that we have, and therefore ensuring that we bring in the best and the brightest people into Singapore, and hopefully they remain in Singapore and it benefits our people as well. So that's what we have been doing, and I think, I hope that answers the question.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. I can see that was a great question after listening to your response, because if you think about fintech, it was true that it was about supporting a financial sector or financial service. However, we are seeing the advent of embedded finance, and therefore we see non-financial institutions that actually have interest in internalizing financial services in their own business model. And I believe that the fintech companies have a lot to contribute to the non-banking sector as well, or the non-financial sector. Thank you. Next, moving on to Mr. Shibata.
So right now, you are operating FinoLab, which is an accelerator for fintech companies. Can you give us further information about FinoLab? FinoLab, what kind of role does it play for fintech players, and what kind of support does it offer?
Thank you. So FinoLab has office space where fintech startups can stay and work. And especially FinoLab is located in the central part of financial district in Tokyo. So they have access to financial institution very easily. And also we give advice on their business development. And we have a mentor group, and we try to give advice legally or technically or in terms of management of the company from different experts in the area. And also we have created a small investment fund focusing on early stage startups. So before communicating with the large venture capital, these emerging companies in seed round or Series A, they may have some difficulty finding the right fundraising scheme. And we come in to support these early stage startups. So basically what we are trying to do is for those who have a good idea but doesn't have enough resources, we try to help them to support with different ways in terms of funding or in terms of services. We also have a business process outsourcing service where if the startup did not have sufficient resource in one area or another, we can help them. For example, if they don't have a marketing person, we help them to market their activity, or we can help them to create the video, or we can help them to organize events or organize a webinar, these kind of things. So we are trying to support these startups from all different angles.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. So if there is a fintech player in Korea which wants to enter the Japanese market, that information is very valuable. Those were questions that we received from the YouTube channel, and I would like to open the floor for a Q&A session. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. I think you need some time to think of your questions.
Thank you very much for the response. And I have a question for Mr. Makoto Shibata.
So the overseas institutes and overseas companies can also get support from a Finolab. And I also want to know if there is any Korean company housed in Finolab.
Yes, in my presentation I briefly explained, but there are 4 Korean companies within our members. So there are like 55 in total, and among these startups, 4 of them are from Korea. So in some cases we get referral from a place like Seoul Fintech Lab or D-Camp or Fintech Center Korea. We help them. And also some of them apply for our Finopitch, which is the pitch contest. And that is the one opportunity for them to show their presence to a Japanese fintech ecosystem.
예, 답변 감사드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much for that response. And I have so many questions, but in lieu of time, I'd like to ask one last question for our 2 speakers. So around the world, countries are actually introducing many policies to cultivate the fintech industry. And in the fintech industry, I do know that there is fierce competition underway. So my question is the following. Right now in the fintech industry, there are many innovative business models currently being tested out. But in addition to that, an innovative idea or a business model and some additional demands are also emerging. So we have small fintech companies and they have innovative ideas, and it does take time for them to commercialize on their idea. And for the time being, we see large companies, we see incumbents that sometimes would use that idea and commercialize first. And that actually would be a major risk for the original idea holder, these small companies. So with regard to these issues and challenges, in Singapore and in Japan, is there anything that is in place to prevent or protect these idea holders?
Thank you. Maybe I'll go first. Yes, in general, there are 2 things, right? You can, ideas without action taken to it or done to it is just an idea. Everybody has ideas, and that is pointless, right? But if you have started to work on it, and of course you can have this concept of trying to put patents on them, right? The patents that you can register. As well as what you call it, broadly speaking, intellectual properties. You can register these in Singapore, and Singapore tries to build ourselves as a regional, or if not one of the more reputable international intellectual property hub, where the registrations gets recognized, and there is this broader APAC Asia Pacific Economic Agreement corporations whereby the intellectual properties gets recognized when it's registered in Singapore and don't have to be registered in multiple jurisdictions all at the same time. Now that's one thing that we have, and obviously that is where it's being protected. But the reality of life, as with all things, is that if you're a small players, and we've seen this quite a lot in not just in Singapore, I think in other parts of the world it happens, whereby some of the big players where they run innovation, I'm not saying all innovation labs are bad or some of these big companies are bad, but it's just that sometimes if you have an idea, you go into these labs, they may sponsor your ideas or your POC, proof of concepts, for a period of time, and then they learn it, and thanks very much, I'm not implementing it, right? So that happens. That's a harsh reality of life, and I think that's what happens a lot of times, because you don't have the financial ability to deploy it, and I would say too bad. But of course, if I'm sure in places like in Korea or in Japan, you will have this intellectual properties legislation that you can register. But you cannot really register an idea without actually putting things into development, right?
Yes, there's a thing called business model patent, but still it's quite difficult to get patent for just an idea. You need to have a certain technology element for that. And especially if you are to create something in fintech area, it often happens that that idea is similar to something that someone else thought about in the past. And I think it is quite important to have a proper arrangement with large financial institution, for example, having a non-disclosure arrangement, or also bring in some of the legal experts to make clear that what is your idea, and try to think about how you can protect it. But still, there are different ways to bypass that. For example, I was working for a bank for many years before coming to Finolab, and I filed one patent with one idea, and we implemented it, but one large technology company imitated that, and we tried to sue them, but they were very good at interpreting the patent, so it was quite difficult to file the lawsuit against them. So that kind of thing happens quite often. So I think you need to be careful, but I should say good luck to you.
Well, that is a very tricky question, and thank you for your great answers. If there is no question from the floor, I'd like to conclude this session here. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the participants, speakers, and the on-site offline audience. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. This brings us to the end of session 3. Please give another round of applause to our participants. Thank you. Let me extend my gratitude to all of the participants, speakers, and the audience. And my gratitude also goes to our online audience. Seoul Metropolitan Government and the FSS will continue to work harder to respond to the changing global fintech environment. They will listen to inputs and feedbacks of financial institutes and fintech players by arranging diverse venues for a discussion like this. And they will also listen to this frank feedbacks from relevant stakeholders to incorporate them into the policymaking process. Fintech Week will continue continue until Friday, 6th October. And there are more programs to offer. I'd like to ask for your participation and interest. Please return the translation receiver to the desk that you picked them up. And don't forget to take your belongings. This brings us to the end of today's conference. Thank you so much for your participation and attention. Thank you. Have a safe journey back.